We provide support to local agencies depending on what their needs are in criminal investigations throughout the state of North Dakota.
What sort of training or education do you have to do that?
I've passed the North Dakota Law Enforcement Training Academy. I'm also a graduate of the National Forensics Academy from the University of Tennessee that specialized in criminal investigations, with including crime scene management, with certifications in bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, and fire and arson investigations as well.
How did you become involved in this case?
Approximately January 6th, the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department reached out to the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, requested assistance in searching for evidence related to a possible murder arson.
And that was in 2020?
Correct.
And you were doing criminal investigations for BCI back then as well?
I was, yes.
So what was the first thing that you did once you got assigned to this case?
Once I was assigned, I ended up acquiring a team of agents and law enforcement officers. We attended a briefing from the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department that they had acquired another search warrant for the residence in question. They proceeded over to execute the warrant, and we began a search of the residence.
And where was that residence located?
I believe it was 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast.
In Burleigh County?
Correct.
And what was your role during the search?
Primary, excuse me, the primary role that I had was to manage the team. I also took up the role of conducting and assisting in the search and acquiring evidence.
Were pictures taken by BCI during this search?
They were.
I've handed you States Exhibits 78 through 91, 94 through 96, and 99 through 100. Can you take a look at those and tell me if those are the photos that were taken during the search that you assisted with in Burleigh County on January 6, 2020?
They are.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on that date?
Yes.
I would offer those exhibits, Your Honor. They would be 78 through 91, 94 through 96, 99, and 100.
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 78 through 91, 94 through 96, and 99 and 100 are received.
And those photographs detail searches throughout the whole residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll take them a little bit at a time, but what was the condition of the house when you entered to perform that search?
Notably, I observed the door to be locked. They had to breach the door to enter the house. Within the house, there was a lot of what would be smoke damage soot throughout the residence. Appeared to be already boot marks and other trails leading throughout the house that indicated there was prior entry by other individuals, which would be consistent with the previous entry from law enforcement of other responders. That continued throughout the house. There was major fire damage coming from the master bedroom, along with fire damage to a furnace unit in the basement as well.
Had you conducted other arson investigations in your career?
I have.
And do you have any special training in conducting arson investigations?
Basic investigation training for arson.
So What did you observe when you were in the basement doing the sweep down there?
Essentially, I noticed there was smoke damage throughout the basement. There's also what appeared to be fire damage to the furnace unit itself. I did note that the furnace unit had the open panel to it. I observed there to be actual wires that were still connected within the furnace unit on the bottom side of the furnace unit. Appeared to be debris below the furnace unit itself on the ground, and debris above in a small area above all the wiring on the top of the furnace unit.
Who was all assisting or involved in the search on January 6th?
There was a numerous amount of law enforcement agents and officers. There was also Special Agent Derek Hill at the ATF, and also Deputy Fire Marshal Levi Roline was also assisting.
To your knowledge, was the Assistant Fire Marshal also taking photographs for his portion of the investigation?
Yes, he was.
Was there anything else that you noticed when you were in the basement?
In the basement, I had observed what appeared to be a torn piece of a Marlboro cigarette pack on the ground near the furnace as well.
And was there anything about it that caused you to notice it, or that it appeared to be something that you would note?
Other than the relevance of it being close to the furnace unit itself, raised a question in our mind of curiosity more than anything. However, it didn't play a vital role at that time into providing some sort of evidence to the furnace itself.
I put up State's Exhibit number 8, which is a floor plan of the basement, which shows the location of the furnace. Which side of the furnace, or where was this piece of cigarette pack found?
The piece of cigarette pack would have been to what would be the northwest side of the furnace. If you were looking directly at the furnace where the panel was taken off, it would have been on the ground on the northwest side.
Okay, so kind of in front of the furnace where that panel was taken off?
Correct.
And did you collect that as a piece of evidence, or what did you do with it?
We did not. We ended up documenting it as just a relative item that was close to the furnace itself, and took photos and noted it in the report.
And are one of the exhibits that was entered that you have in front of you the photo that you took of that piece of cigarette pack?
Yes.
And which exhibit is that?
Be Exhibit 78.
Okay. So I'm showing State's Exhibit 78. That's what you observed in front of the furnace?
Correct.
So at the time that you saw that, were you aware of anyone in the house that was a smoker?
We weren't aware, and it hadn't become a question at that time yet.
All right. But you documented it anyway?
Correct.
For what reason?
Just generally we document a lot of our observations that we make, whether it's evidentiary or not. That happened to just be one of them there, just because it sparked curiosity. It seemed out of place, but we didn't have an evidentiary value to that item yet.
So just to preserve it in case it became important later?
Correct.
While you were in the basement, did you do any investigation or review of the furnace yourself, or along with Deputy Fire Marshal Roline?
Yeah, Deputy Fire Marshal Roline did a majority of the evaluation of the furnace unit, along with evaluating the furnace unit filter to that unit as well.
And did you assist with that, or were you present when that was done?
I was.
And did you also take photographs of that?
I believe so.
I direct you to Exhibits 99 and 100. So I'm showing State's Exhibit 99. First, I want to know, from this photograph, where would you have found that cigarette pack piece?
That cigarette pack would have been the piece of the cigarette pack would have been located below out of frame to the bottom of the picture itself.
So almost where the photographer's standing?
Correct.
Okay. And you had said that the cover had been removed. Do you know who removed that cover?
I don't.
It was off when you first saw the furnace as well?
Yes.
And you had talked about the furnace filter. That was reviewed?
Correct.
And why was that?
Generally, during fire investigations, especially if the furnace unit has some sort of ignition source or anything like that, if the furnace were to quit working, no air would have been filtered through that air filter, thus not allowing it to acquire any soot in the air filter. So generally, that's one of multiple reasons. So Deputy Fire Marshal takes that apart and evaluates the air filter.
And in State's Exhibit number 99, do you see where the air filter was located in that picture?
I do.
And where is that?
It's to the side between the filter and HVAC.
Okay. And a photo was taken of that filter too in State's Exhibit 101, correct?
Correct.
And which side of the filter was this?
I don't recall which side.
Okay. Was there anything about the filter that stuck out to you as being maybe something that assisted in causing the fire?
Not that I could recall, no.
It didn't appear to be clogged or needing changing or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And was that filter preserved or collected for evidence?
I believe it was.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 101. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the air filter from the basement.
Is it in substantially the same condition as when you saw it on January 6th?
Yes.
I would offer 101, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 101 is received.
And if you could hold it up and show the jury each side of it and then explain kind of what we're looking at there.
This is generally just a basic air filter. As you can see, it's heavily covered in soot throughout the filter itself. There doesn't seem to be any major obstructions through the air filter other than soot that gathered within the filter.
Thank you. So after you finished up in the basement, where did you go?
We proceeded back up to the main floor throughout the kitchen and the living room. Investigators that had previously been there indicated that the main master bedroom and the basement were primary areas of concern. So I proceeded back over into the master bedroom.
Did you make any observations on your way up to that bedroom?
Throughout the house appeared to have, again, covered in heavy soot, different items throughout that would indicate fire damage, to include heavy fire damage down near the end of the hallway where the master bedroom was. You could tell that there was a primary cause for fire that occurred in the master bedroom that came out into the hallway at one point or stopped right near the hallway. On the entry down the hallway, we identified there was a gun sock sitting on a chair in the living room that seemed out of place. And then we entered into the master bedroom, which appeared to have major fire damage, major smoke damage.
And when you went into that bedroom, what was the first thing that you had done?
Initially, we get our overall photos done, and we begin a systematic search of the bedroom itself.
What were you looking for at that time?
At that time, we're just looking for various points of evidence that may have been undiscovered the first time around. So we go across whatever there's bedding that's placed in there, identifying what may have caused a fire, what may have been a fuel source for fire, if there's any blood stains, if there's any shot incident reconstruction that we can do. We try and acquire that evidence by doing a more thorough search within that room itself.
And photographs were taken that you have up there documenting what you observed, correct?
Correct.
So looking at State's Exhibit number 79, which portion of the bedroom is this?
This would have been corner of the bedroom across from the bathroom entrance.
So this would be the opposite wall from the bathroom?
Correct.
And there's a little yellow tent with the number 2 on it. Can you tell us what that's all about?
Correct. That yellow tent number 2 is identifying a shotgun wad that was located on the floor.
And can you explain what a shotgun wad is?
Yeah, essentially a shotgun wad is within a shotgun shell. It's the barrier and seal between a primer and ignition source from the ammunition itself, much like pellets or buckshot or any sort of load that may be within the shotgun hull. It provides a seal for that. Oftentimes when you discharge a shotgun, that is also expended through the shell itself and through the firearm as well.
State's Exhibit number 80, what is that?
That would be the shotgun wad.
Just a close-up photo of it where it was found?
Correct.
And do you know what happened with that shotgun wad?
That was seized as evidence.
I handed you State's Exhibit number 92. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That would be the shotgun wad that we located.
Is it in substantially the same condition as when you found it?
It is.
I would offer 92, Your Honor.
Objection. Exhibit 92 is received.
What else was done in the bedroom? Looking at State's Exhibit number 81.
We were able to evaluate the floor for any sort of bloodstain that may have occurred throughout that room. We were able to locate suspected bloodstain patterns that occurred on the floor.
And where in the room is this picture taken?
This picture would have been taken at the foot of the bed.
I put up State's Exhibit number 7, which is a floor plan of that main level of the home, which shows that bedroom. Where in relation to the item labeled propane tank was State's Exhibit 81 taken?
81 would have been taken more towards the west to the northwest. That stain went from the northwest side of the bed all the way around to where the location of Chad Entzel was located.
And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 82?
82 would be a continuation of that stain.
There is, it looks like a white or an unsoiled part of the carpet that's in a circle shape. Is that where that propane tank would have been, which is listed on State's Exhibit 7 on the floor plan?
Objection, Your Honor, that's leading.
Sustained. Rephrase.
What would have made that mark, do you know?
Yeah, there's numerous voids on the floor over there. That circle is consistent with a propane tank that was placed there during the fire or before the fire. Along with the void that looks rectangular, that void was at the beginning, or I'm sorry, at the foot of the bed. That void is also consistent with a dresser that was located as well.
In State's Exhibit number 83, what are we looking at here?
Again, we're looking at the two voids, an outline that is consistent with the remains of a body. We're looking at numerous burn marks on the ground, and again, we're looking at a suspected bloodstain pattern that leads over into that area as well.
And how about State's Exhibit number 84?
84 is a suspected bloodstain pattern that's consistent with a hand swipe on the wall. That was located primarily next to the bathroom entrance near the body.
In State's Exhibit number 85, what is this?
That was also another bloodstain pattern that was located on the wall as well.
Which portion of the wall was that located on?
I don't recall exactly. I'd have to reference the report.
Do you remember where in relation to the handprint this was located?
I believe it was near the handprint.
State's Exhibit number 86, what are we looking at here?
86, we're looking at an inside the room overall photograph. This would have been the northwest corner of the bedroom where the bed was pushed up. The remains would have been to the right of the bed, or would have been to the northeast portion of that bed. The shotgun wad would have been to the northwest on the floor against the wall in that area as well.
And how was State's Exhibit number 86 significant to your investigation?
Essentially, looking at this photograph and from evaluating the room itself, looking at the fire and the V pattern that the fire actually created on the wall on the back side over there, that was kind of an issue, and we began investigating the wall itself for any determination of evidence. While we were investigating inside that V pattern of the wall, I was able to locate what appeared to be a shot, be a gunshot of like a bird shot or a target shot from a shotgun shell embedded into the wall.
And where did you find that in this picture, State's Exhibit 86?
That would have been primarily to the left of the, would have been the window trim above the top of the bed in the dark black portion of the fire.
And State's Exhibit number 88, what is this?
That was the area of where we had located the shot.
What are the tape, or what's the tape that you had put around it?
The measuring tape helps us in identifying the distance between BBs or the shot spread from the shot. This also helps us identify where exactly it is on the wall and where it may have taken place, and a possible distance of the shot itself.
So looking at State's Exhibit number 78, can you explain what we're looking at here?
Yep, so this is sort of a repetitive photo from the entryway looking into the room, mostly defining where the shot is. We highlighted the shot itself to help identify it in the photographs for examination as well.
How did you highlight it?
We used like a chalk substance or a whiteout substance within the shot, and since it's embedded and then there was a fire char that went over it, we were able to use that to almost circle where every BB was that we were able to locate.
And the mattress that's on or in this photo at this point, had the bedding been removed from it?
We had removed the bedding at that point, yes.
So this is just the mattress?
Correct.
State's Exhibit number 90, what are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of the shot.
And State's Exhibit number 91.
Again, this is going to be a close-up of numerous voids, bloodstain patterns. I also like to note there is what appears to be fall off from the bed as well that was burning and smoldering that outlined the bed when it was on fire. That leads over to the fire pattern on the floor as well.
Was there anything significant about the round void in this photograph that assisted in the investigation?
I believe it helped investigators that were primarily on scene first to help identify certain items in their certain locations when they arrived on scene.
Now, the blood trail that you had taken photographs of kind of around the bed leading to where Chad was found, was there anything done to test that or to determine whether or not it indeed was blood?
Yeah, we were able to take in the field is presumptive blood tests of those samples, of a sample of it, and they were identified as human blood at that time.
So with that presumptive test, was there anything you did to preserve some of that for later testing?
Essentially, we take the primary source of the sample, we extract that from the source itself, and then that gets sent to the lab. That was all sent over to Burleigh County, ended up taking custody of that and forwarding it on to the lab.
Did you also take a sample or a portion of the carpet?
I believe investigators did, yes.
I handed you State's Exhibit number 93. Are you familiar with that object?
Yes.
And what is that?
Would have been a sample of the carpet from the master bedroom.
And is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it in the bedroom?
Yes.
I would offer 93, Your Honor.
May I inquire?
You may.
Did you take that sample?
I don't believe I did so.
I'd object to its admissibility.
Object.
I would object to the admissibility of the exhibit, Your Honor.
Foundation or what?
Foundation. He didn't collect the sample.
Although he didn't collect the sample, Your Honor, he was able to provide proper foundation as to where it came from and that it's in the substantially the same condition.
Yeah, the objection is overruled.
Was anything else done regarding analysis of the blood trail?
To my knowledge, Burleigh County was handling any sort of analysis of blood trails, or then the fire marshals was handling any sort of fire analysis as well.
All right. What else did you observe in the bedroom?
I also observed a void on the bed as well. That void appeared to be in the shape of a shotgun.
I'm showing State's Exhibit number 94. Is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
And where was this photo taken?
This was taken inside the master bedroom, and it's taken of the bed itself. Would have been at the foot of the bed.
And I noticed there's a bottle on the bed next to that void that you identified as being of the shotgun. What was that?
Correct. That was also what appeared to be a Proper 12 whiskey bottle that was located next to that void as well.
State's Exhibit number 95, that's just a close-up of that, is that correct?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit number 96.
This would have been a side table that was located within the master bedroom as well, near the closet of the bedroom. Also contained what appeared to be a Crown Royal whiskey bottle that was tipped over and had liquid on the end of it. There's also a Kleenex box as well sitting on there.
And to your knowledge, were those bottles seized by law enforcement as well?
I don't recall if they were.
Right. Was there anything else that you had made note of in the bedroom or that you had investigated in that back bedroom? Or was that the extent of it?
Primarily, when managing the teams, that was majority of my extent of assisting with their search in that room.
What was the next thing you did in this investigation?
After that, we had acquired a search warrant for the Staybridge Suites for Miss Entzel's room at room 333 that was executed on January 7th, 2020.
And were you involved in the execution of that warrant as well?
I was.
And what was your role in that?
Essentially, I was to assist in gathering evidence.
Do you know photos were taken of that search as well?
There was.
I handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102 to 114. Can you take a look at those, please? And let me know if you recognize them.
I do.
And what are they?
They are overall photos and evidentiary photos of room 333.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw in the hotel room during the search?
They do.
I would offer states 102 to 114, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibits 102 to 114 are received.
There we go. States Exhibit 102 is being displayed on the screen now. Can you tell me what we're looking at there?
This was the door to room 333.
Why is the room, or a picture of the room or the door taken?
It helps us identify the room itself prior to the search warrant to verify which room we are.
It looks like there are shoe boxes on the bottom left corner. Is that what those were?
Yes.
Were they there when agents arrived to do the search?
Yes.
States Exhibit 103. Can you explain what we're looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the living area of the room.
And States Exhibit 104.
This would have been the kitchen area of the room.
And why do you take overalls of the hotel room?
It helps us, if we need to in the future, to reference items that may be associated to crimes that we didn't seize, or to get a better perspective, a picture of what we observed when we entered the room as well.
States Exhibit 105, what is that?
This would have been a photo looking into the bedroom of the room.
And that's from which area of the?
This would have been from the kitchen living area.
And States Exhibit 106, what are we looking at here?
This would have been the closet within the room.
And that was within the room we just saw?
Correct.
And States Exhibit 107, what is that?
This would have been a picture of the dresser and bed and window of the bedroom.
And this would be the second bedroom in that hotel room?
Correct.
States Exhibit 108, can you explain what we're looking at here?
This would have been inside the closet of that bedroom.
And the clothing that was located in that closet, primarily male or female clothing?
It was primarily female clothing.
States Exhibit 109, explain what we're looking at here.
This would have been a photo of the top dresser drawer within that bedroom.
And States Exhibit 110?
Middle drawer of that bedroom.
And 111?
And that would have been the bottom drawer of that dresser in that bedroom.
Again, all primarily female clothing found in that dresser?
Correct.
States Exhibit 112, can you tell me what that was?
This would have been a white and pink and multicolored backpack with a shoe that was located within the bedroom.
And that was in that bedroom with the primarily female clothing?
Correct.
States Exhibit 113, what is that?
This is a photo of the bottom of the shoes, the soles of the shoes, from that bag.
And what was significant about the shoes in the bag and the soles that a photo was taken?
Specifically on the, would have been the left foot tip of the shoe. In that area, there's what appears to be a dark colored substance throughout the sole of the shoe.
In States Exhibit number 114, does that document what you were talking about?
Yes.
So, was there anything that you seized from the room regarding this case?
I don't recall specifically seizing without looking at my report. I do know the shoes were seized for evidentiary purposes, along with majorly pink shirts and sweaters and jeans that were associated with the search warrant.
Okay. What was the next thing you did in this case?
After that, and being notified that Mr. Howard had been apprehended in Port Huron, Michigan, myself and Detective Sergeant Silbernagel proceeded out to Port Huron, Michigan to conduct an interview and work to acquire a search warrant for the truck for Mr. Howard.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was January 10th of 2020.
And when you got to Michigan, what was your role?
My role was to primarily assist and conduct a search and any evidence that we were able to acquire and conduct an interview with Mr. Howard.
So what was searched in Michigan then?
We had acquired a search warrant out in Michigan. The local authorities were able to search Mr. Howard's pickup truck that was seized while he came across the border.
And where did that search take place?
That took place in Port Huron.
Do you recall what kind of vehicle it was?
I believe it was a white Chevrolet pickup.
And again, were photos taken during that search?
They were.
I just handed you State's Exhibits 115 to 118. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what are those?
They're essentially overall photos of the vehicle and then items that were located within the vehicle.
And are they, do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed when the search was conducted?
They do.
Your Honor, I would offer 115 to 118.
Objection.
The exhibits are received, 115 through 118.
Looking at 115, what are we looking at?
This was the vehicle that Mr. Earl was located in coming across the border.
And State's Exhibit 116.
This would have been a picture of the front passenger floorboard and seat. This picture contains Bianco Realty magazine along with a bag with Mr. Howard's property in.
And I don't want to assume anything, but the Bianco Realty, was that from Bianco Realty in Bismarck, Mandan area?
Correct.
Throughout the investigation, was it determined where Mr. Howard resides?
Yes.
And do you recall where that is?
He initially identified residing in Canada.
State's Exhibit number 117, what are we looking at here?
Again, we're looking at items within the cab of the pickup. Specifically, there's a package with a label. Within that label, it identifies Nikki Entzel with an address of 3209 East Side Place in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Through the investigation, was it determined whether or not Ms. Entzel resided at that address at one point?
I don't recall if investigators were able to determine that.
And there's also, it looks like a folder of information from Wells Fargo underneath that. Did you take a look at that information?
Correct. That appeared to be bank information as well.
Was that bank information seized?
I don't recall if it was. I'd have to reference my report.
Do you have a copy of your report?
Not up here, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you did look at a copy of your report?
Yes, please. It would have been seized as item 15 as miscellaneous paperwork and banking documents.
And what did you do with the items that you had seized from this search?
All items seized were temporarily stored with the Port Huron Police Department until an investigator was able to transport those items back to Bismarck, North Dakota.
And then they were stored by which agency?
I believe the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department.
I handed you State's Exhibit number 120. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This appears to be a new accounts or deposit receipt dated 8/22 of 2019 at 5:48 p.m. This is for a Wells Fargo everyday checking. The account holder would have been.
That's okay. Were those the documents that you had seized?
Yes, sorry.
And are they in substantially the same condition as when you found them?
They are.
I would offer State's Exhibit 120, Your Honor.
Objection. 120 is received.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. Who was the account holder on that paperwork?
My apologies. The account holder is going to be a Nikki Sue Entzel.
Is there any other name on that account?
From what I am able to observe on this note.
Okay. And that banking information for Ms. Entzel was found in Mr. Howard's truck?
Correct.
State's Exhibit number 118, what are we looking at here?
This would have been in the cabin of the vehicle as well for that truck.
I noticed that when the doors open, there you can tell, where the door line is, and then in the left corner of the inside of the truck, there's a brown item down there. What is that item?
That would have been identified as a stirrup for boot.
Was there anything else that was seized from the pickup?
To my recollection, without resulting, I know there was items seized, but I'd have to reference the report for a full list of items that were seized.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at your report?
Yes.
Did reviewing your report refresh your recollection as to what items were seized?
Yes.
And what items were seized?
There's a lot of items that consisted of Mr. Howard's personal belongings that were seized at the processing station at the Port Huron Port of Entry, black cellular phone, a brown trench coat style jacket, various miscellaneous receipts, cigarette box.
I would object. I would just ask that he testify to his memory, not to his
You don't get
report.
to read the report, you have to testify based upon your memory as refreshed.
Sure. The various receipts, clothing items, other form of documents as well that were located within the vehicle.
And were those handled in the same manner that you had described with being stored in Port Huron until they could be transported back to Bismarck and to the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
I handed you exhibits 119, 121, 122, 123, and 124. Do you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
And are those items that were seized during the search or of the pickup?
They were.
And were they handled, or I'm sorry, are they in substantially the same condition as when they were obtained?
Yes.
I would offer, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 119, 121, 122, 123, and 124.
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 119 and 121 through 124 are received.
Starting with Exhibit 119, could you show that to the jury and explain what that is?
Exhibit 119 contains a black and colored hat and sunglasses consistent with male headwear.
What about 121?
121 contains a Marlboro red cigarette box, a transaction record for the red carpet car wash with the date of January 1st, 2020 in Bismarck, North Dakota. Also a New Vision business card for a Stefan Von Hayden for New Vision in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Was there anything when you were doing that search and finding those items that was significant to you in the investigation?
Specifically, the Marlboro cigarette box helped identify a possible ignition source for the furnace and identified that it was consistent with being belonging to Mr. Howard and being in the same basement residence of the scene itself. The transaction record again helped identify that a transaction occurred at the red carpet car wash with that date of January 1st, 2020. And this was also found in the vehicle of Mr. Howard. That transaction was at Bismarck, North Dakota, again at the red carpet car wash.
Was there a time on that transaction receipt?
That transaction occurred at 20:21:34, which would have been about 8:21:34 seconds p.m.
And then if you want to move on to 122, Exhibit 122, what was that?
Exhibit 122 is a black journal that was also located within the vehicle as well.
Did you review that journal?
I was able to review the journal later on, yes.
And was there anything significant in the investigation found in the journal?
Regarding the investigation, there was information regarding AT&T phone information for a person indicated for Nikki.
And it's in a Ziploc bag, so you can remove it if you'd like to look at it and show us where that's at.
There's also going to be account information for a Wells Fargo account, or indicators for a Wells Fargo account, AT&T information that indicates a new cell phone plan with Nikki as admin. This is earmarked as done. There's a Best Buy with a drop that says cameras for Dash. Riddles that says tonight, itemized list of items bought for insurance, and then necklace repair. There's also insurance info, fire safe, Christopher birth certificate from Brown County Courthouse in Aberdeen.
Was there anything else that you noted in there that was significant?
There's also another page that indicates what says AT&T and then provides a phone number. There's also a 30 days. That's above that as well. In a box it says Nikki Sue Entzel, authorized user for phone number. There's also a passcode in parentheses within that box. There's a web address for AT&T.com. There's also a note for 30 days, upper right corner. And then there's also another box that indicates profile, list authorized user.
Was there anything else in the journal that you noted that stuck out to you in this investigation?
There is also a note in here that indicates Nintendo Switch light only pre with what appears to be a price for $279.99, new for $299.99, with Kirkwood Mall after it as well.
And why was that significant to you?
That indicates anyone that's familiar with Bismarck would be familiar with the Kirkwood Mall in the area.
Was there anything else within the journal that stood out to you?
There is a lot of diagrams as well too within the journal. These diagrams are drawn with squares and suspected measurements with different identities for switches and location of different items as well too within the diagram. There's cards, breakers, fuse individual valves is what's written on here as well too. Looks to be some sort of electrical information for ground terminals, fuses, and so on. It's throughout the journal as well.
And then moving on to Exhibit 123. Can you explain what that is?
Exhibit 123 is a red carpet car wash receipt. This red carpet car wash is located in Jamestown, North Dakota. The receipt is for 12/28 of 2019. It was printed at 11:12 p.m.
And why was that significant to you?
That identified that this receipt would have had to have been acquired before the incident itself.
And then State's Exhibit number 124. What is that?
124 is a FedEx shipment summary. The shipper is an Earl Howard with an address in Bellwood, Ontario. The recipient is a Chad Entzel with an address of 3209 Eastside Place in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Is there anything within that documentation that says what's being shipped?
It appears there's, it identifies one package. The description of goods indicates other. The country manufacturer is CA for Canada. The total value is identified as 5.0. The weight is 2 pounds.
So nothing specific as to what's being shipped, correct?
Correct.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
Thank you. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass.
Just a couple. You had observed the cover of the furnace, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who had removed that?
I don't.
Do you know when it was removed?
I believe from indications that it was removed prior to that second search warrant that was served.
Are you talking about being removed from the scene?
No, being removed from the unit itself.
Okay. So, do you have an approximation when that probably was in relation to the incident?
I don't.
object this to speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled if he, not an approximation, if he has an answer, he can answer the question, if he knows when it was removed.
I don't.
Okay. And the the handprint on the wall, was there any type of determination whose that was?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And in relation to Mr. Howard, his journal, do you know what Mr. Howard does for a living?
I don't.
have no other questions, Your Honor.
Just a couple for follow-up, Your Honor. The first time you were at the residence was during that search on January 6th?
Correct.
So you weren't present when the cover of the furnace was removed and wouldn't know who had done that, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Can he be released, or may he be
Yes.
called back?
I would request that he be released from his subpoena.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be testifying in this matter. So do not discuss the matter until the case is closed. Thank you.
Thank you.
The state calls Joe Ahrens.
Please come forward here and be sworn in.
Swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth to help you God.
I do.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Joe Ahrens. I'm a special agent with the North Dakota Bureau of Criminal Investigation
How long have you been working for BCI?
since 2015.
And what do you do for BCI?
I'm a criminal investigator, so investigate criminal cases that are requested of us.
Where did you work prior to working for BCI?
I began my law enforcement career in 2001 with the Mandan Police Department and worked there until 2004, and then in 2004 I went to the Bismarck Police Department and worked there until 2015.
What sort of training and education do you have to be a law enforcement officer?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from St. Cloud State University. I attended Alexandria Technical College in Alexandria, Minnesota, where it's the 10-week law enforcement skills training. I'm a licensed peace officer in North Dakota. I've taken a 2-week basic law enforcement course in North Dakota to get licensed. I've attended approximately 3,000 hours of continuing education training for law enforcement, including the National Forensic Academy, which is a 10-week school in Knoxville, Tennessee, based on criminal investigation and crime scene investigation. I've attended numerous interview and interrogation trainings, homicide investigations, crime scenes, numerous aspects of investigating crime scenes and investigating criminal cases.
Did that training involve investigating arson scenes?
Yes.
And you were working for BCI in that capacity in January of 2020?
Yes, I was.
How did you become involved in this case?
We were contacted by the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department on, I believe it was January 6th, 2020. They were requesting our assistance with processing a scene of a homicide.
And where was that at?
4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Burleigh County.
So what was your assignment, or what was the first thing you did when you got that assignment?
Once we met with the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department and they explained the nature of what they were investigating, we went out to the residence and made entry into the residence. There was nobody there. We did a walkthrough of the residence just to see what the scene looked like and kind of have an idea of what we were dealing with. My primary assignment was just to help search for any evidence throughout the residence.
And to do that, what did you do?
Searched various rooms throughout the residence, see if there was any evidence that would pertain to this investigation.
And was there any particular location within the home that you processed or that you focused on?
I actually searched several of the rooms. I believe the last room I actually went to would have been what I guess you would call the master bedroom. There were other agents that were processing that, and I just came in later to assist.
Was there anything of evidentiary value that you were able to obtain in searching those other areas of the home?
No, there wasn't.
So what did you do in that master bedroom to assist?
One of the things I did is I assisted in using a chemical that's we use in crime scenes to help us find blood that maybe isn't visible or very visible to the naked eye. It's a chemical that we can spray in the room or wherever it is that we're searching for any latent blood. And we have to have the room dark, I mean really dark, and then when we spray this chemical, if there's blood there, it should glow a bright blue.
Do you have any special training on how to use this substance, or is there anything that you had to go through to be certified?
There's no certification and no formal training that you go through. I have been through a training on using it at the National Forensic Academy, and then also when I was a detective with the Bismarck Police Department, it was a tool that was used on occasion, and I was shown how to use it and how to properly use it by other detectives that had used it and had more experience with it at that time.
Is there anything else that reacts with this chemical other than blood?
Yeah, there's various different things. One of them that I've read about is turnips apparently will react to this, but there's other things. There's numerous false positive type things that can. So it's what I would call a preliminary test. It's not saying it's blood. It's indicating it might be blood.
So it basically points you to locations that may need further investigation.
Correct.
And so did you use that chemical in the master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And why was it determined that it needed to be done in the bedroom?
Special Agent Meats had actually requested that it did it. There were some visible drip trails, or what appeared to be drip trails, which are drops of blood that basically are, you'd almost follow a trail in there that were visible, and he wanted to spray around in that area and see if there was any other areas around there that maybe we just weren't seeing.
So how do you spray it? Does it come with a machine, or is it just like a spray bottle?
Okay, so the substance I'm talking about is called Blue Star, and basically what it is it's 2 tablets that you put in a bottle with distilled water. You dissolve the tablets. Once the tablets are dissolved, you use a spray bottle and you spray it and mist the area, and then when the substance comes in contact with blood, it should glow a bright blue.
How long does that reaction take to happen?
It's rather quickly, almost instantaneously.
Were there any particular areas within the master bedroom that you had sprayed?
I sprayed around the outside of where the bed would be, so along both sides of the bed and the foot of the bed, or the floor at the foot of the bed, and then I sprayed an area of the wall where we could see a handprint, but we wanted to see if there was anything else that we weren't seeing.
And since you said it has to be really dark when you do this, are you able to photograph the reaction?
Yes, you are.
And did you do that in this case?
I did not personally, but yes, we did. I believe Special Agent Kimmerly actually was our photographer for that, and he took those photographs.
And you were there when those were taken?
Yes, I was.
I handed you State's Exhibits number 126 and 127. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are those documents?
Those are 2 photographs. One, they're essentially the same photograph, just with different exposure. So one is dark and just shows the glow of the blue, and the other photograph, when the shutter speed and exposure are changed, allows for there to be, for us to actually see what's being photographed and not just a black photo with blue in it.
And do those photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed when you did this testing?
Yes.
I would offer 126 and 127, Your Honor.
No objection. Exhibits 126 and 127 are received.
So I'm showing 126 on the screen behind us. What are we looking at here?
That is the bedroom, and along that wall where you can see the electric heater, that would have been one of the sides of the bed, or the floor next to the bed, and then the blue trail goes around to basically the foot of the bed, and then over to where Mr. Entzel was found deceased.
In State's Exhibit number 127, what are we looking at there?
Essentially, it's the same photograph, but with a different exposure, so you just can't see exactly what is being photographed, but you can see the blue glow from the blue star reacting with that substance on the floor.
After you finished with that, was there anything else that you assisted with?
Yes, I assisted just a small amount with cutting out a piece of sheetrock from the wall near where the head of the bed would have been.
What was the reason for cutting out that piece of sheetrock?
It appeared that there were pellets from a shotgun shell that were embedded into the wall.
How were you able to remove that piece of sheetrock from the wall?
We used a reciprocating saw, I think, to cut that out.
And that's what you did?
I stood by and watched him
Okay.
do it, and I might have actually grabbed it at some point and helped, but
And what was done with that piece of sheetrock when it was cut away from the wall?
it was collected as evidence and packaged as evidence.
And who maintained custody of that evidence?
It initially went to Special Agent Brianna Langing, who was our evidence custodian. She's the one who packaged all the evidence, and then it would have all been turned over to the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department.
I handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 125. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is the piece of sheetrock that was removed from the wall with the shotgun pellets embedded in it.
Is it in substantially the same condition as when it was removed from the wall?
Yes.
I would offer 125, Your Honor.
Objection. Exhibit 125 is received.
Can you display that for the jury, please? There are some larger holes that are in that piece of sheetrock. Do you know where they came from or what caused them?
Yes, I do.
And what was
Those
that?
would have been where the sheetrock was secured to the stud, the wooden stud in the wall.
So the nails just popped out and took some sheetrock with it? Is that pretty much what
I
happened?
believe that's what happened.
So those weren't significant in the investigation in any way?
No.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
I have no questions for Officer Erickson.
Can you
I
be
would,
released?
yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for your testimony. If you want to, as long as you don't talk about your testimony with anyone else who may testify in this proceeding until after the case is closed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We'll probably take 20 or 25 minutes, so just
Yeah.
think about that when you're deciding how to proceed.
State will call Shane Welticle.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Hi, Shane Weltical. I'm the battalion chief with the Mandan City Fire Department.
How long have you worked as a firefighter?
For the last 19 years.
And has all that time been with the Mandan Police Department, or sorry, the Mandan Fire Department?
18 years worth has been.
Where was the other year?
I did a short stint for the Minot Rural Fire Department while I was going to school.
And what sort of training or education do you have to be a firefighter?
I have all of the pro board certifications that come with being a firefighter. My firefighter 1, my firefighter 2, my fire officer 1, my fire instructor, and then I have a IAAI, which is the International Association of Arson Investigators, Fire Investigator Technician certification as well.
Is there any sort of recurrent or continuing education that you have to take as a firefighter?
Yes, ma'am, there is. On top of all of our general education that we do for regular fire things, I do quite a bit of fire investigation work / education as well. And most of my hours come from that facet of my job.
Do you have any special assignments or duties with the Mandan Fire Department?
Yes, ma'am. I also operate the accelerant detection canine for the Mandan Fire Department.
And what is an accelerant detection canine?
An accelerant detection canine is a dog that is used to sniff out hydrocarbon-based ignitable liquids.
Is there specialized training that you have to go through to be able to handle a canine?
Yes, there is.
Could you explain that?
Sure. So that process is a 200-hour long program that ends in a certification done by a chemist. We received the dog back in 2017 through grant funding provided by State Farm Insurance, and we have been working in the area ever since. The continuing education for that portion is something that we have to maintain annually. So each year we have to pass a blind test and numerous other manipulative and subjective testing that keeps the canine and myself current.
What do you mean by a blind test?
A blind test is where chemists will take an extremely minute amount of an ignitable liquid, place it amongst other samples of fire debris, and the canine has to find, that sample amongst those samples. And it's done blindly in that no one knows the results except the chemist who has randomly generated numbers out of the samples.
And you said there is also, I can't remember how you phrased it, but manipulative tests or things like that you have to...
Correct. So each recertification training that we go to, our trainers ensure that we are operating the dog properly, that we are working them through the rooms as we're supposed to, that we're not physically keying the dog or whatnot, and that we're allowing the dog to do his job as he is trained to do.
Does that look for maybe some unconscious things you may be doing to direct the dog to alert when he shouldn't?
That's correct, yes.
So where do you get certified for this?
I'm certified under the Maine State Police, and they use the guidelines of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy for the program. That's where our certification is derived from.
How often do you have to recertify?
Every single year.
And so you have to go through all that training or all that testing, every year to make sure that you're still
Yes, ma'am.
doing things the way you should?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you talk about all the training that you've had to go through and all the testing that you go through, you do all of that with your canine, correct?
That's correct.
What's your canine's name?
Webster.
And when you're talking about what he's trained to detect, could you describe what you mean by hydrocarbon?
Sure. So our accelerant detection canine is trained to pick out hydrocarbon-based ignitable liquids. So any type of flammable or combustible liquid that may be used to start, ignite, or accelerate a fire.
What would be examples of that?
Gasoline, kerosene, charcoal lighter fluid, naphtha, things like that.
Can he detect all kinds of those things?
Yes. So when we train, every single day that Webster eats, he trains, meaning in order for him to eat, he has to be hand-fed by me. So I put a little bit of his training aid, which is 50% evaporated gasoline, in a can. I give him his command, which is seek. He seeks out the ignitable liquid, he gives me his alert, and then I feed him out of my hand. And that's a process that we sometimes do hundreds of times a day to reinforce what he does and keep him at the top of where he should be.
So you two are constantly training.
Every single day.
Is there anything else he can detect?
So because we use the training aid that we use, which is that 50% evaporated gasoline, it allows our canines to pick up a spectrum of ignitable liquids in that we can pick up heavy things like kerosene or diesel fuel, and we can pick up lighter things like lighter fluid, or medium things like charcoal lighter fluid and such. So we have a various range of different things, approximately 60 different things that our canines can pick up on that may have been used to start a fire.
What's the difference between a light, a medium, and a heavy?
Without getting extremely technical, it has to do with the temperature at which a petroleum or a hydrocarbon-based product will burn. Typically the lighter things are the lower flash point they have, which is the amount of heat it takes to start giving out vapors to let that ignitable liquid start on fire.
So when you're giving that command for Webster to seek, how do you know he's found something?
So there's two things that I specifically look for in Webster. The first thing is I look for what's called just noticeable difference, or a change in behavior of the canine. When Webster gets an odor, he starts to act a little bit different, is the simplest way that I can say it. So Webster specifically will pop his diaphragm. He becomes extremely interested in the environment around him, almost like he's getting excited. And then I start to key on that and realize, okay, maybe he's in some odor or something. And as he progresses through his fire scene, if he finds something that he's trained to find, he will either sit down or he will lay down. And Webster has an extremely high drive, so sometimes he likes to bark or kind of let me know that, hey, this is where I'm telling you this is.
You said he pops his diaphragm. What do you mean by that?
I don't know if you guys have ever heard a dog kind of make a really fast-pitched inspiratory noise where it sounds like their nose is making kind of a popping noise. That's basically his secondary alert when he gets into odor.
Are there any odors that can interfere with his ability to detect the accelerants?
Typically, no.
Are there any other fuels he can detect or that may interfere with his ability to detect the accelerants, like, say, propane?
No, there's not.
Do you keep track of how well he does or what his statistics are regarding fines?
We do. So I log everything together, fire scenes and training both. And then that number is a cumulative score of his success rate. And his success rate is between 98 and 99% with everything logged. So he's extremely accurate.
So when you say you log the training, is that the training that you do every day as well?
As well, yes, that's correct. And that all gets sent back to my trainers for review as well.
How many fires would you estimate you've responded to in the course of your career?
Myself, I've responded to hundreds of fires in my career.
How about you and Webster?
I don't have a specific number for you, but on average, 50 to 75 a year.
How did you get involved in this case?
I received a phone call from, it was either the BCI or the State Fire Marshal's office, notifying me that there had been a fire at a residence and they would like a canine response.
So where did you go?
I went to, and forgive me, I don't know the address off the top of my head, but the eastern part of, east-north part of Burleigh County, right on the city limits.
And what did you observe when you got to the home?
I observed a home that had some emergency vehicles outside. The Burleigh County Sheriff's Department was in the driveway. The BCI, there was a BCI vehicle that was near the home. And from the outside, I observed a relatively normal-looking single-family residence.
So did you have to wait until the home was ventilated before you and Webster could go in?
I believe that was already completed by the time I arrived.
So what did you do then?
So I made contact with the folks from BCI as well as the State Fire Marshal's office, and they kind of briefed me on that there had been a fire. Those folks know that I don't like a ton of information when I get to the scene because it eliminates any preconceived notions of why I'm there or whatever. I'm there to work the dog. I'm not there to determine the cause and the origin of the fire.
So where do you determine then that you're going to have Webster look?
So the very first thing that I do is do what's called a safety walk. That's commonplace, where I'll just take a quick walk through the residence or a majority of the residence and make sure that there's no glaring safety issues, active fire or holes in the floor or anything that could hurt myself or our canine.
Was there anything that you found when you did the walkthrough of this residence that was a safety hazard?
No, ma'am.
So what did you do next?
So the next thing we did was I brought Webster into the structure and we started our sniff.
And where did you start that sniff?
The sniff was started, we entered through the garage. We did not sniff the garage, and we started, there was a set of steps that went up to what appeared to be like a hallway with a washer and dryer in it, and we started there and worked our way down that hallway.
Why did you skip the garage?
The garage, to me, appeared that there was no fire damage whatsoever. Everything was fine in the garage. Garages are typically full of gas cans or kerosene or whatever it happens to be, so to me it was not a pertinent area to search.
So when you began the search, how did you do that?
I usually let the dog do what's called a free sniff. I let him kind of walk around and do his thing without giving him any type of direction or anything. I let him do that for just a very short amount of time, and then I redirected him into what we call a direct search or sniff.
And how do you do that?
I always work a room from in the clockwise direction, and what I do is I point out a target in front of Webster's face, basically. So I'm ahead of him, and I'm always moving. And as I'm moving, I'm telling the dog to seek, and I'm giving him a general area of where I want him to look. And when we do that, the dog then puts his nose down, and we systematically work through that room.
And as you were doing that throughout the house, were there any areas where it appeared Webster was getting excited or had an interest in?
Yes, there was. When we wound up there was a back bedroom down the hallway, which, based on my observation, I would call the fire room, or where it looked like there was a lot of fire damage. We went into the room. Webster had a change in behavior. I noticed that he was likely in an odor, and as we worked, I hupped him up on the bed, and he alerted once he got up on top of the bed.
And how did he alert?
He laid down on the bed.
Was there any particular spot on the bed that he had laid down?
He really liked the, forgive me, I don't know my directions, but the bottom right-hand corner of the bed.
And what was that? Was that against a wall, or was that kind of out in the open?
It was kind of out in the open. So the bed was sitting in the middle of the room, kind of, and it would be on, as you're standing in the door looking into the bedroom, it would be on the right side, as close to you as you could be on the bed.
So State's Exhibit number 7 is up, which is a diagram of the floor plan, and it does have that back bedroom, and there is a bed drawn on there. Which corner of the bed on that diagram would you be referring to? So
where it's labeled propane tank, the corner of the bed nearest that label.
Would the fact that a propane tank had been in that area have caused the dog to alert on that scent?
No, it would not have.
Did you collect any evidence from that area or alert anybody that your dog had alerted on that area? I did not personally collect the evidence myself. I notified the folks from BCI and the Fire Marshal's office of my findings immediately. And there were, I'm not exactly sure who it was, but there were some folks in the room with me that were observing this as well. Were there any other areas of the house that you and Webster had searched? So we did search the entire house. We went through the upstairs and the downstairs. There was one particular wall downstairs that had a furnace on it.
I did not run the dog by that wall because Special Agent Derek Hill of the ATF was working on the furnace at that time. He was, must have been observing the furnace or doing something with it that we didn't want to interfere with that, so we ignored that part of the room.
Did you ever go back to that part of the room to have him check that area out?
We did not.
Was there any other location within the residence then that Webster alerted to?
Webster gave me an alert also when we walked into the room near the floor. So where the propane tank was sitting, he gave me an alert that was ahead of that propane tank that that could have been from what he was smelling up on top of the bed or something that had been on the side of the bed or something that was on the floor. It was a very hard alert to kind of pinpoint where he was trying to tell me, but he once again sat on the floor in that relatively close same area.
And from the description that you're giving, I'm assuming you're talking, the room was the back bedroom?
That's correct.
Okay. Did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
No questions.
I would ask that he be excused.
Thank you for your testimony. You're excused, but do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in this matter until the case is closed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel, it seems like an appropriate time to take a break. So let's take a break till 10:40. So members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. If the bailiffs would take the jury out, please. All right, thank you. Please be seated. It's 10:43 a.m. We're going back on the record in State v. Nikki Sue Entzel, 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are present. Ms. Entzel is present with her attorney, Mr. Glass. Ms. Lawyer is present also. Ms. Lawyer, would you call your next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Levi Rolene.
Sir, please come forward up there, and then you'll be sworn in and just take a seat at the witness seat.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
My name is Levi Rolene. I'm a Deputy State Fire Marshal, Fire Investigator for the Minnesota State Fire Marshals Division.
How long have you been with the Minnesota State Fire Division?
Since June of this year.
Where did you work prior to that?
I was a North Dakota Deputy State Fire Marshal,
And how long did you work for North Dakota?
about 3.5 years.
Did you have any other experience or job opportunities in that field prior to North Dakota State Fire Marshal's office?
I was hired out of college. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Fire, Arson, and Explosion Investigation that I received from Eastern Kentucky University.
Did you have any other on-the-job sort of training when you started with the North Dakota State Fire Marshal's office?
I did. I was an intern for the Rochester Fire Department in Rochester, Minnesota. Also, I was a volunteer firefighter while I was still in college in Kentucky.
Sir, just if the microphone can slide over a little bit so when you turn to the jury, you can make sure you're still speaking in the microphone. Thank you.
What were your duties when you worked for the North Dakota State Fire Marshal's office?
When I was a Deputy State Fire Marshal in North Dakota, my primary job duties were fire inspections, fire investigations, fire plan review, and performing some public education for fire departments.
How do you get involved in a fire investigation?
Well, usually we're called by a fire department that has a fire that they are struggling to determine as to how the fire started. In North Dakota, it usually comes from a phone call from the state radio office, and then it goes to a local fire investigator or a fire investigator that's closest that can go and handle that fire investigation.
And how many fire investigations have you done or had you done in January of 2020?
In January of 2020, I believe 35 to 40 for the state.
Did you put together a summary of your training and education and experience?
Yes, I did.
You have in front of you State's Exhibit number 128. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's my CV as submitted for this case.
And what was the date that you prepared that?
I believe it was August of 2020.
And was the training that you had placed on there current as of that date?
Yes.
I would offer State's Exhibit 128, Your Honor.
No objection. Exhibit 128 is received.
So how did you become involved in this particular case?
I received a phone call from North Dakota State Radio in reference to a house fire that had occurred at the 4900 block, 43rd Avenue Northeast in Bismarck. It was a request from the Bismarck Rural Fire Chief, Mike Voigt, and I made contact with him, and he advised that there was a fire at this residence with one person located deceased within the residence. At that time, I responded from my residence to the location to begin my examination.
What day was it that you had gone to the home to start your investigation?
January 2nd, 2020.
Were you provided any preliminary information before you started your investigation?
Other than the fact that there was a deceased individual located within the residence, no.
When you arrived at that residence, who was still on scene?
Members of the Bismarck Rural Fire Department, the Bismarck Fire Department, the Burley County Sheriff's Office, a litany of public safety personnel, So it was a lot of people.
Had the home been rendered safe for you to enter in there by the time you had arrived, or did you have to wait for that?
We had to wait a bit for more metering and stuff, the air quality and things like that. We waited a little bit, but not very long.
Was there anything you can do as part of your investigation while you're waiting with the external part of the residence?
Yeah, so fire investigations follow a guide. The National Fire Prevention Association puts out a guide for fire and explosion investigations. They call it NFPA 921. That's the basis of the training that I received in college. It's the basis of the continuing education that I continue to receive. And it basically states that fire investigations always will follow a methodology. I follow the same methodology for all of the fires that I investigate. The fires I investigated in North Dakota, the fires I investigated in Minnesota. I start on the exterior south side of a structure, and I work around in a counterclockwise fashion, noting any fire damage or discoloration, smoke, things of that nature that have appeared to have occurred to the structure that's involved. And I did that in this case.
So, being called out to investigate this fire, what was your ultimate assignment in this case?
To determine the origin and cause of the fires.
Could you explain how you go about doing that in a fire investigation?
So in a fire investigation, as I previously stated, with NFPA 921, they outline utilizing the scientific method in order to determine the cause of a fire. You may have learned it in high school science classes. It's you recognize the need to find the problem, collect data. You want to analyze that data, formulate your hypotheses, test those hypotheses against the data that you've collected, and finally select your final hypothesis. And if for whatever reason in that testing process you are not able to get a final conclusion that is supported by all of the evidence, you continue to collect data until you have a hypothesis that suits all of the available data.
So tell me how you do that practically in a fire investigation.
As far as for a fire investigation, you're recognizing your need in defining the problem. A fire has occurred, and we need to be able to try to figure out what caused the fire. Collection of data, data being examining the scene and noting what sorts of fire patterns or fire effects that are present, examining things within the areas that are impinged upon by fire, interviewing witnesses or interviewing people who may have knowledge as to the events leading up to or following the fire. Those are all pretty standard for collection of data for fire investigation. Analyzing that data then, we take the data that's presented and we basically formulate hypotheses of what could potentially have caused this fire. In testing, where we talk about testing, we test to actually disprove our own hypothesis. It's what helps keep us and helps keep any sort of biases in check. We try to actively disprove what our potential hypotheses could be based on the stuff that we locate within these areas that fires may have occurred in.
So you said you had done an external review of the home. Did you find anything that was pertinent in your investigation when you did that?
During the exterior scene examination, there was no smoke or fire damage noted to the exterior of the structure. We did note that the LP gas cylinder, the tank on the northwest side of the structure, was turned off. I believe, if I recall correctly, the fire department noted that they were the ones that had turned off the gas in order to secure it.
So there was nothing noted as coming from that propane tank that would have contributed to the fire?
No fire damage.
What did you do then?
After the exterior scene examination was concluded, we moved into the interior scene examination. Our interior scene examinations kind of follow a similar methodology. We try to go from a point of lesser damage to greater damage. In order to evaluate damage throughout a structure, you want to try to start in an area where there's less and move to an area where there's more.
And why is that?
Fire patterns in general can be attributed to a multitude of things, but the main two being duration of impact and overall fire intensity based on the fuels that are burning. In order for us to be able to evaluate these, we would want to move in a pattern of lesser to greater, as in most cases, except in cases of flashover, areas of greatest damage are more likely to be the area of origin for the fire.
Kind of like a trail you follow back to the source?
Yes, similar to that.
So what do you mean by fire intensity?
Fire intensity being the science word for it being heat flux, or amount of heat per area, heat exposed on an area over a certain amount of time, which would be kilowatts or watts. All of these are basically, when you are looking at a fire, the size, what's burning, what type of fuel you're in, fuel not meaning like it's a liquid, but fuel meaning anything that could burn. That will release energy onto the things around it, creating damage, charring, consumption of mass, we call it, where things are consumed by fire, discoloration of materials, oxidation, melting of items like plastics. Plastics will melt before they go to consumption. These are all the things that we're trying to evaluate. And in moving in that lesser to greater, we're trying to identify like materials, materials that are consistent. If you're trying to identify one fuel that was consumed more than another fuel, it's a little bit less helpful. You want to look for materials that are of like composition because they will burn similarly. So you're trying to help narrow yourself down that path.
So when you talked about fuel earlier, you're talking things like wood or clothing or fabrics.
Correct.
Okay.
Readily combustible materials, if you will.
So when you finally went into, or when you were finally able to go into this home, where did you start your examination?
I started my examination through the garage. Within the garage, it was a three-car garage. There was no smoke or fire damage noted within the three-stall garage.
Where did you go from there?
We approached the interior doorway from the garage, that was a detached garage, to the interior of the residence.
What did you see when you made your way into the inside?
At the doorway itself, the doorway showed signs that the door had been forced, that there had been forcible entry to the door. Immediately opening into the residence was the laundry room. The washer and dryer were located kind of on the right side as you walk in. Throughout that first little mudroom area off of the garage, there was soot deposited all over kind of the horizontal surfaces within the residence there. Soot is just byproducts of stuff that's burning. When it's confined, it doesn't have anywhere to go. So if it gets far enough away, it'll just kind of settle. So what we were seeing was similar to soot deposition on these horizontal surfaces.
And you say when it gets far enough away, are you talking about from the active burning fire?
Correct.
Was there anything that you could tell about the fire based on the amount of soot or the location of the soot?
Given that we only had soot deposition, we didn't have any signs of actual fire impingement in the mudroom. I was confident to eliminate the mudroom as a potential room or area of origin.
So where did you go next?
Continued through the residence. Immediately on the left, there's a kitchen. Went into the kitchen. The kitchen demonstrated similar soot deposition throughout. That was previously noted in the mudroom, and similar to our evaluation of the mudroom, it determined that we could, kind of start looking at eliminating the mudroom as an area of origin.
Where did you go next?
There's a living room on what would be the south side of the structure that's connected to the kitchen. We continued to the living room. The living room also demonstrated similar soot deposition. Similarly to the other rooms previous, we were confident in eliminating that as an area of origin.
What was the next room you went to?
The hallway. So there's a hallway in between the living rooms there. In looking at the hallway, we had soot deposition present to the walls, more towards the top of the walls in the hallway. But there was, again, similarly, little to no fire damage present within this hallway. We were confident in eliminating the hallway as a potential area of origin.
I have State's Exhibit number 7 up, which is a floor plan of that main level of the home. Was there any notable difference in either in the soot deposition or anything that you had noticed as you were making your way down that hallway?
As we get further to what would be the west side of the hallway, closer to the master bedroom area, yes, the soot deposition sort of makes we call it a V pattern or a U-shaped pattern coming up and outward from the area of the master bedroom there, kind of up the wall, past where the bathroom is located and kind of along that wall area.
So after you had made those preliminary observations about the hallway, which room did you go to next?
So we went to the room on the south side there, the south bedroom. It had contents consistent with a child's bedroom or a kid's bedroom. That bedroom demonstrated some soot deposition as well. Again, no fire damage as noted to the rest.
So you excluded that from the...
We did, correct.
Where did you go next?
We continued down the hallway to the bathroom. The bathroom also had some, not the master bathroom, but the bathroom in the hallway. The hallway bathroom had soot deposition as well. Really no significant fire damage to speak of, but still some soot deposition in there. Similarly, it was excluded as a potential area of origin.
Where did you go next?
The southwest bedroom. The southwest bedroom also similarly soot deposition, no fire damage, and we were able to exclude that as a potential area of origin.
What was the next room you...
The master bedroom.
What did you find in there?
Upon entry into the master bedroom, we had a litany of different fire effects and fire patterns from within the room, different from what we were seeing throughout the entirety of the first floor. We were seeing some melting and charring of materials that previously were coverings for a bed. We had melting patterns present and charring discoloration patterns to the carpet. There was, within that room, it was covered with wallpaper. The wallpaper had started to combust and fall as the glue was heated. The wallpaper had begun to fall in certain places. Areas of discoloration to the wall after the wallpaper had fallen as well. We had also located the decedent was visible from the exterior of the room. As we moved throughout the room, you could see patterns. We call them irregularly shaped patterns around the victim, specifically around the body of the victim, kind of from head to toe, where these irregularly shaped patterns were located.
So was that room a room of interest for your investigation?
It was.
Now, there was prior testimony that the electricity had been turned off in the home. Was it turned back on for you to be able to go through and look through things, or what?
No.
What kind of light source were you using?
We were using flashlights mainly, and in order to take our photos and things, we brought in external light sources, to my recollection.
So did you take photographs yourself then when you were doing this walkthrough on the 2nd of January?
I did.
Did you ever go back to the residence to take a look at it again on a later date?
I did.
What day was that?
January 6th.
And what time do you recall?
I believe about 5:00 p.m. on January 6th.
So was the lighting better at that time?
It was.
Had the power been turned back on to the home at that time?
No, but further power had, or further, not to my recollection anyway. We had a much better lighting set up the second time around as compared to the first.
So did you do kind of the same things January 6th, walk through the house and
Correct.
reinvestigate?
Yes.
Did you take more pictures on January 6th?
I did.
And when you were making your final conclusions in this case, well, let me go back one more time. Did you ever go back to the house again to review the home after January 6th?
I did.
When was that?
January 9th.
And what was the purpose of going back on January 9th?
To further collect ignitable liquid samples for the presence of ignitable liquids, for testing for the presence of ignitable liquids.
And photographs were taken that time as well?
Photographs were taken that time as well.
Did you use all of the photographs? Did you go back to the house again after the 9th?
No, I did not.
Okay, that was the final time. So did you use all of the photographs from the 2nd, the 6th, and the 9th, and all of the data collected from the 2nd, the 6th, and the 9th to come up with your final conclusion?
Yes, I did.
And I've given you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 129 through 158. Can you take a moment to review those and let me know if you recognize those photos?
We're hearing some noise from outside. Can I have one of the bailiffs go see if we can find out what that is and ask court admin to make sure that we have that stopped? Oh, you'll take care of that. Thank you.
Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
Are those the photos that were taken of the residents at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast in Burleigh County as part of your investigation?
Yes, they are.
And do they accurately and fairly depict what you observed on those occasions when you went to the home?
Yes, they do.
I would offer State's Exhibits 129 through 158, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 129 through 158 are received.
So you had talked about going into that, the back bedroom first. That's where you had first kind of pinpointed an area of interest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 129, this is actually not in that bedroom, is it?
That's correct.
Where is this photograph depicting 129?
This is behind the entryway from the garage, entering into the mudroom. This is a HVAC or heating, ventilation, air conditioning vent. There's some soot deposition, that soot that we were talking about before. There's soot deposition present out of this vent that's localized to this vent specifically. There were other vents throughout the residence, but this one specifically had this very clear difference in the soot deposition present from it.
It almost appears that soot kind of sprayed out of there and spread up against the wall. Is that what you believe happened?
It appears so, yes.
Can you explain how that would happen?
If there was the furnace or the HVAC system was on and continued to run, you can get where soot is pulled into the HVAC system and then pushed back through the residence where it can continue to spread. If you have a fire that's not noticed for a long duration of time and that system continues to run and that fan continues to run and circulate air, you can get patterns similar to this.
And this was in January, so what did you believe caused those patterns?
The heat or the furnace being active at the time of the fire, or a fire was ongoing. If there was a fire in the furnace, like the actual furnace started on fire, would you be seeing marks like that as well? It would be less likely. You could potentially have a fire in which the soot is put up through the vent. But as far as a fire in the furnace traveling throughout, specifically to this location, and then causing another fire or something similar to that, we'd expect to see a little bit of soot deposition. But on the whole, most furnace fires or smoke given off by furnaces are due to faulty or malfunctioning equipment, and usually there's not a lot as far as fire goes, unless it has to do with a failure of the gas side of the appliance. The furnace itself doesn't have a lot of, as we talked about, readily combustible material. Furnaces have mainly wiring, metal, thermoplastic components that are designed to withstand heat because they're a component of a furnace. But for the most part, we wouldn't anticipate to see that pattern a furnace running or a fan actively running if there was a fire at a furnace.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 7, could you kind of give us an idea of where that vent was located within that diagram?
That vent would be located looking at where the kitchen is. You have that U shape in the what would be northwest corner, that U-shaped island. There's a fridge over there. It would be behind that doorway, that inward swinging doorway, as noted, the doorway from the garage into the residence.
And State's Exhibit number 130, what are we looking at here?
This is the inside of the master bedroom door. So this is the door in the closed position. You can see what we would call a line of demarcation, that line being that there's a difference in something. It could be fire damage, it could be soot. In this case it is soot, where you have soot deposition greater towards the top of the bedroom as compared to the bottom of the bedroom.
Based on what you saw of the lines of the soot going across that area, could you tell whether the door to that bedroom was open or closed while the fire was burning?
Based on this soot deposition, as well as other examination of the door, you can tell that the door was in the closed position while the fire was ongoing.
And what tells you that?
The line of soot moving from one side of the from the left, in our case, moving from the left side to the right side. You can see how it's an unbroken line of soot across. Typically, with a door in the closed position, we would see a less, the soot deposition would be less because that door is in the closed position. There's less of the propensity for that soot to deposit along that line.
Was there any evidence of soot of this kind or this type or this nature on the outside of the door?
There was some slight soot deposition to the outside of the door. It was similar, not as much as the interior side of this door.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 131, what are we looking at here?
This is the foot of the master bed, within the master bedroom, looking towards where the head of the master bedroom would be. You can see the imprint of a firearm as well as a glass liquor bottle. In looking at this photograph here, you can see towards the left side of the bed, there's still the white of the mattress pad present. This is after we've removed some of the top sheets, but you can still see that there's some of the white of the mattress pad present, whereas on the right side of the bed, you can see where that's been consumed, charred, discolored, greater to the right side as compared to the left side.
Now, regarding the white mark that you identified as being the outline of a gun, can you say anything about when that gun was placed on the bed in relation to when the fire was burning or started?
Sure. Given that we have what we call a protected area, it's an area that could have been impinged upon by fire, areas surrounding it have been impinged upon by fire, but the area underneath an item has not been impinged upon by fire, we can say that the firearm was in place at this location prior to the fire starting.
Could you tell if it had been moved at all during the fire?
It appears that it was in that location for the duration of the fire.
And why do you say that?
There's no other marking that would show that it has been moved or replaced in other locations.
Is there anything that you could tell regarding the fire when you look at the wall that's at the far end of that picture?
You see kind of again, coming back to our V pattern again, we have a bit of a V pattern towards the head of the bed area. And then similarly, the wallpaper drooping down and being a bit consumed and charred towards the head of the bed area there. We do have this V pattern present upward and outward. It's difficult to say as far as why we have that in that specific area, although an area of potential likelihood is that it's the head of the bed the potential that pillows were there, or another fuel package that was not readily identifiable was also in that location is possible. But we do have that V pattern moving upward and outward from the area of the head of the bed.
To your recollection, was there any other fire damage on the other walls of that bedroom?
You can see a little bit of that discoloration and drooping to the wallpaper on what would be the west side wall, but barring that, no, there was no other fire damage noted to the walls.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 132, can you explain what we're looking at here?
So this is that same wall, but we've removed the bed frame, and the box spring. As you can see, the U pattern, the V-shaped pattern there, extends about as far as the mattress, or the items of the mattress atop the mattress were located. They don't extend all the way down to your baseboard heater area. They're pretty well confined to the area of or atop the mattress.
Was there anything regarding that register that's against the wall that you noted for your investigation?
The heat register that's present here, that's shown in this photo, has some soot deposition and some charring material that had dropped on top of it as a result of the fire ongoing. However, there's no noted fire damage to this electric baseboard heat register. Certainly no damage that would lead us to believe that this is the potential for a causal item. It's the damage that's present to it, however minimal it may be, is as a result of being impinged upon by the effects of fire as compared to a causal factor.
And I noted that there are two electrical outlets in this picture, one on the far left side and one just above that heat register.
Mm-hmm.
Did you examine those?
Yes.
And was there anything that you noted about those two?
You can see that there's some soot deposition present to these receptacles, but the receptacle structures are intact. When looking at them from the exterior, the receptacles are intact, and there's no, there's little causal impact that we're seeing as a result of a failure of a receptacle or a failure of the heat register.
So in looking at this fire damage on the wall, was there any particular location that you were looking at more than other locations within that bedroom as the potential origin?
So not so much within this area. We were evaluating the patterns that we were seeing and trying to kind of formulate our idea or our hypothesis as to what our area of origin could be or should be, given the amount of damage that we're seeing and type. But we would need to continue to examine the room further in order to really get that determination.
In State's Exhibit number 133, how did this help you in your investigation?
So this shows that wall that we were talking about earlier a little bit more, where we have that fire growth from the U pattern upward and along that wall. It's showing that we're starting to get impingement to the ceiling. You can kind of start to see the ceiling damage a little bit there, where it's begun to become discolored, and it's starting to calcinate. It's where the drywall, the water evaporates out of the drywall and becomes really brittle. So we're starting to see that, but those patterns also help solidify the fire patterns and the fire effects given from that we were seeing off of the mattress, that our fire grew and developed in the area of the mattress.
Did this help you make any determinations regarding the fire's intensity?
As far as fire intensity, the fire was limited in its ability to grow, given what we were seeing with the door closed. We have the fire triangle. The fire triangle being, in order for a fire to occur and continue to occur, you need three things. You need air, oxygen, ambient oxygen. You need a fuel source, something readily combustible, and you need a heat source to initiate that fire and then subsequently keep it going. With the door being closed, we're seeing that the door is closed while the fire is ongoing. The fire is actively consuming oxygen, When we shut the door, we're not allowing that oxygen to continue, thereby cutting off the oxygen supply to the fire and not allowing the fire to continue to grow as we would expect it to had that door been allowed to stay open, or if it had received oxygen from another source or another location.
In State's Exhibit 134, could you explain what we're looking at here?
This is that ceiling again, and this is that west wall again, as well as kind of the north wall. You can see how the wallpaper is starting to peel down, and that ceiling, the popcorn on the ceiling has started to come off greater in this area over the bed area as compared to the rest of the room. You can see all that black soot deposition within the room there, as well as the peeling of the wallpaper that we noted in the other photo.
In State's Exhibit number 135, what are we looking at here?
This is the head of the bed as we're moving it away from that V pattern towards the north. So you can sort of see the amount of consumption of mass, the consumption and discoloration to the mattress area there, and how it would relate to the wall when it was in place, when you put them together. Fire doesn't typically burn in a downward pattern, but when you have items that are of a plastic nature, things that are made out of plastic, are made out of basically fuel. They're made out of gasoline in essence. They're made out of plastic type material. They tend to drip. When they start to burn, they tend to drip a little bit. This would be consistent with that effect, where we've got this mattress that has these items making up its consistency, beginning to drip and then burning.
State's Exhibit 136, what are we looking at here?
This is a similar area, just a little bit further over on the bed, a little bit closer to that area of that U shape. Underneath, you can kind of start to see, you see the one item of note here, the box spring. You can see the box spring in the top of the photo, and how the box spring in that area is pretty much fine. There's really no fire damage to speak of to the north, what would be northwest corner of this box spring. You can also see it kind of at the base of the photo, some blinds, some plastic retractable blinds that have fallen and that are kind of located and nestled back in behind the bed there.
State's Exhibit number 137, what are we looking at here?
These are the blinds again. These are the blinds after we've removed them from the area in which they were located at. But you can see that the blinds have started to melt from the bottom. That plastic's starting to melt and starting to kind of condense itself. But given that we've got, a majority of the blinds still intact, the blinds fell off the wall and managed to kind of get down in that area between the bed and the bed and the wall relatively early on, and were protected. Again, coming back to our protected area from the gun again. These blinds were protected from the impact of the fire after they had fallen.
And that was after they were down kind of underneath the bed?
Correct.
State's Exhibit number 138, what are we looking at here?
This is the southwest corner of the mattress. We were talking about earlier with the shotgun, or with the firearm, that the southwest corner of the mattress, the west side of the mattress, was less damaged as compared to the east side of the mattress. This is that southwest side of the mattress. You can see kind of in the corner there's what looks like a paint can. It is a paint can. It's a lined paint can. It's lined with a kind of a graphite type substance. It's what we use, and industry standard uses to collect samples for the testing for the presence of ignitable liquids or ignitable liquid vapors.
Why can't you just put those items in a bag like law enforcement does?
If we were to put them in a bag, what we're looking for is the vapors. We're able to test for the presence of the ignitable liquids based on their vapors. The crime lab knows a heck of a lot more about it than I. They would be able to tell you much more about the chemistry, but basically what we're looking for is the vapors. If we were to put it into a bag, it allows those vapors to still continue to basically be lost. By putting them into a can, we get prolonged shelf life, and it also helps them be able to test it.
So as you're describing this corner of the bed, when you look at State's Exhibit number 7, which of the 4 corners of that bed on State's Exhibit 7 are we talking about?
As we're looking at the exhibit here, and we're looking at the master bed, it's the top left corner of the bed.
And State's Exhibit number 139, can you explain this photo?
While we're taking samples for the testing of ignitable liquids and such for fire debris, we try to show everything that we're doing while we're collecting it. This is during the collections process where you can see the gloves that I've used. I use a separate set of gloves, a different set of gloves for every sample I take. You can see we use them as disposable knives. It's a cheap utility knife that gets one use. We use it once at a fire scene for collecting one sample and we get rid of it. And you can also see the lid and what's located within the contents of that sample. That's our standard procedure for collecting these samples. We try to photo them, use all of these different materials so that we're not cross-contaminating or cross from one to another.
What do you mean by cross-contamination?
If we're to use the same gloves over multiple different samples, or even to use the same knife across multiple samples, there's the potential that you're taking something that may be present in one location and putting it in an area wherein it was not before. So you're essentially mucking up the rest of the samples and indicating that there could be something present there that was actually not.
So why did you take a sample from the area of the bed that doesn't appear like it was burned?
So we took this sample here. We're trying to be thorough. We're trying to be able to make sure that we have the most accurate representation across the room, given that our fire area is limited to this mattress here. We took samples throughout the room, but this area specifically, because if we have an area that has already been burned, it already had fire occur to it, there's a potential that there's that the ignitable liquid vapors, which is what burns when you apply an ignitable liquid, is not present anymore, that it's been lost during the combustion of the fire. So we were taking this one in order to help if there was something present that was still applied to this particular location, we could still attempt to locate it, even if the rest of our samples had that been lost during the fire.
State's Exhibit number 140, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is another photo of an area that we're trying to take a sample for here. This sample was taken from what would be the, as we're looking at it here, would be the top rightmost area of the bed as we're looking at it on the exhibit here. This one contained items of the mattress as well as the box spring in the area of this weird discoloration to the box spring, not necessarily meaning that there's anything implied to it, but it was an area of interest for us to want to try to take a sample to see if we could return any values for the presence of, or lack thereof, of ignitable liquids.
Can you explain why there's that, it looks like one part of that box spring had been burned and the rest of it looks like it hadn't been touched? Was there anything that you could see at that time that would explain that?
At the time of the examination, not necessarily. It was an area of interest for us, which is why we took the sample. But the area there, where you can see the mattress springs, that area is sort of a, as compared to the rest of the mattress, is sort of an anomaly, if you will.
So did it appear that that part of the mattress had been burned through?
That's what it appears, yes, that there's this sort of area where this portion of the mattress had been burned through to the layer of the box spring, yes.
So neither you nor law enforcement that was there had cut that piece of the bed out?
Correct.
And looking again on State's Exhibit number 7, where that bed is located in that back master bedroom, can you tell us which side of the bed or which portion of the bed is depicted in State's Exhibit 140?
That would be bottom right.
And now we're looking at State's Exhibit 141. Can you describe what we're looking at here?
So this is the area surrounding where the decedent would have been located. You can kind of see where the legs would have been located. It's that protected area, similar again to where the gun was located, but we have a bit of a protected area where the victim's leg and foot was located. Around it, we have this area along the carpeting. And this area along the carpeting, as we can see, it's kind of a bluish, dullish carpet. It's like a dullish grayish. It was probably a different color before it got all soot deposited, but specifically, you can see that there are these areas where you've got kind of little tendrils of charring damage to this carpeting. When I was talking about irregular patterns to the carpet, this is what I was referring to. We have these little patterns that really aren't, there's no fuel package located, there's no item of combustible material located on the floor here. That would really lead us to believe that there's a real good reason as to why we have something like this here. We're not, in the field, we can't call this as the presence of an ignitable liquid. That's why we take these samples. So here we're taking a sample of the area of these little tendrils in order to be able to test that for the presence of ignitable liquids.
So was that actual burn damage, or was that just intense soot deposition?
This is areas where there's burning. This is area of fire damage here on the floor.
And State's Exhibit number 142. Can you explain that?
This is the collection of that sample where we have those tendrils. You can see in there the gloves and the knife. It's further along in the collection of the sample. We try to take a spread of photos as we're doing the collection, but this is as you can see, the carpeting has been removed from that location and placed in the can.
And State's Exhibit number 143.
So further up here we have our bed once again, and you can again see the damage that we were indicating with the V pattern there. You can also kind of see, if you take a look towards the bottom of the photo, you can see that area that we had taken that sample from previous. This area down here, and you can kind of see the mattress, and as the mattress sits there, you can see how that specific area that we had just taken a sample from is a little bit different in the amount and type of damage that's located there. It's just during this process, during this sort of phase of the examination, we're just noting these items and noting these differences, and we'll attempt to reconcile them later. But that is an item of data that we used in our determination for the fire.
And State's Exhibit number 144. Can you explain what we're looking at here?
This is another photo, again, of that area on the right, kind of top right, again, as reference for that, of the bed. You can, again, see some differentiation in the burn patterns along the right side of that bed, and specifically that area. This is prior to us separating the mattress off of the box spring.
And State's Exhibit number 145.
So this is the other side. This is the left side of the mattress. This is immediately to the left. If we're looking at the mattress, that hole is kind of on a mid to top towards the head of the bed. We're looking towards the foot of the bed here. We're also looking towards, you can see in kind of the background there, where the victim had been located. You can see the victim's, what would be his left foot, left leg area. And you can also see the ignitable, the potential for ignitable liquid patterns, but needing confirmed by the lab. But those patterns that we showed earlier, those kind of weird, irregular shaped patterns, we're seeing those here kind of to the left of the photo here as well.
And again, looking at State's Exhibit number 7, where the bed is located in that back bedroom, in State's Exhibit number 145, which corner of the bed would that be?
That would be the left, the bottom left, as referencing that diagram.
So was there anything else within the back bedroom where you had taken samples?
We had taken several other samples from within that back bedroom. We had taken samples from that portion of the bed that we had shown. We had taken both of those. We had also taken a sample from the what would be top left of the bed. We had taken one from the bottom right area of the bed as well, and then we had taken the one of the floor.
What was done with all of those samples when you had completed the whole processing of the house?
Those samples were taken to the North Dakota Crime Lab for testing for the presence of ignitable liquids. I must mention also there was another sample that was taken from within the closet. There's a closet located along the south side of the bedroom. There was a sample taken of the carpet from that closet as well.
Why was that sample taken?
We attempt to get a comparison sample in most cases. When it's possible for us to get a comparison sample, we would ideally like to take a comparison sample from a compartment or a room that was not impinged upon by the fire. In this case, we were not able to do that. The carpets were dissimilar throughout the rest of the house, at least from what I could see, they were dissimilar. So the comparison sample was taken from the closet of that bedroom.
What do you mean by a comparison sample?
A comparison sample in order to kind of attempt to differentiate the potential for items that the crime laboratory, when they go to evaluate the carpet samples in trying to get one for the carpet, when the crime lab goes to examine it, things that in the background of their examination that might be helpful for them to be able to differentiate between carpet and ignitable liquids.
Was there anything else you had done in that back bedroom then as part of your investigation?
We examined the attached master bathroom. The master bathroom had soot deposition, rather significant amount of soot deposition within there, but the master bathroom did not have any fire damage present to it. That would lead us to believe that there was an area of origin within the bathroom.
And that would have concluded your review of all of the rooms that were in the upper level or the main level of that residence, correct?
Correct.
Did you also go down to the basement to review or examine or investigate the basement?
Yes, I did.
And talk us through how you went down in the basement and what you saw.
Similar to the upstairs examination, we try to work in that lesser to greater pattern, moving throughout the basement. So in order to get to the basement, we had to go to the south side of the residence to the stairs. The stairs just led us down. There wasn't like a landing or anything. You just went right down the stairs. Once you got to the bottom of the stairs, there's an entry door. It's a walkout basement. It's an entry door to the basement there. Nothing really significant noted to the entry door of the basement, not like we noticed with the garage where it had been forced open. Here, we're looking at dissimilar to upstairs, but similar in that it's the same pattern. Soot deposition, there's a little bit of soot deposition to the very, very top of the ceiling and the wall, kind of within that very basement area, but dissimilar to what we did see upstairs.
And then looking at State's Exhibit number 8, which is the floor plan of the basement, once you went into that entryway, which portion of that basement area did you go to next?
So I exited the stairs and I went to the right. The basement's unfinished, so it has a portion where it's partially finished. There's a bedroom which is located in the bottom left there that is finished, but the majority of the basement is of an unfinished style.
So did you examine that unfinished portion or the bedroom portion first?
I examined the unfinished portion first.
And what did you find when you examined that area?
Within the unfinished portion of the basement, there was some noted soot deposition to the kind of the walls, the exterior, with a big open area. You kind of want to try to work around the space before kind of focusing on any specific area so you can get an idea as to what you're dealing with. While working around kind of what would be the left side, if you work that wall, the left, just kind of work along the left side of the wall. There really was no fire damage or more significant soot deposition to speak of along the wall as we evaluate throughout the basement. We did come upon the electrical panel while examining the basement. There, the circuit breaker panel was located on the north side wall. There was no signs of smoke or fire damage to the electrical panel or the circuit breaker panel there.
Okay, I'm going to stop you for a moment. Looking at State's Exhibit number 146, this is the electrical panel you're talking about?
Correct.
What kind of things do you look for when you're examining an electrical panel?
We try to examine for circuit breakers that are in the tripped position, indicating that there may have been some sort of electrical fault or electrical circuit breaker type fault. We try to evaluate which circuits go to those circuits if there was a trip. For example, if it was a kitchen fire, if your lights in your kitchen are tripped or something similar to that. In evaluating this specific panel is, they call it, the company is Cutler Hammer. It's a Cutler Hammer circuit breaker panel. Cutler Hammer circuit breaker panels of this vintage do not have a tripped position. They don't go to trip, they go to off. So when your breaker trips, it just goes to the off position. In evaluating Cutler Hammer panels, therein it makes it a little bit more difficult as to whether or not your circuit breaker was shut off prior to the fire, or if you had the breaker actually go to trip following some sort of event that would result in it becoming tripped, but we wouldn't know because it just goes to off.
Was there anything that you saw in examining this electric panel that caused you to focus on any area of the house to look for an electrical fire?
Some things we can look for with circuit breaker panels is the presence of what we would call an overcurrent condition. An overcurrent condition would show that the insulation on the wiring would basically just, the wires get really, really hot, and the insulation just zaps off of them, for lack of a better term, and it's very evident that that circuit has had a problem. We're not seeing any of that within this circuit breaker panel here. There were, I believe, 3 circuit breakers that were located in the off position, but again, due to the nature of the panel, it's difficult to ascertain as to whether or not, and the function, the normal function of the panel, is difficult to ascertain as to whether or not that is a sum of, say, fire impingement or failure, as compared to just being in the off position at the time.
So after examining the electrical panel, where did you go from there?
We continued kind of around that back side, this east side of the room, which led us to the furnace area. The furnace area, therein having, when we looked at it, the panel cover was already removed. Normally, when you're examining a fire in a furnace, you would have to remove that panel cover yourself. So the panel cover was already removed, and in looking at the furnace, there's kind of a top box and a bottom box. A majority of what I'll tell you about as far as fire damage occurs with the top portion, the top box. Those are not technical terms, but it's just easiest to explain it that way. The top box. So we've got within the top box of the furnace, there's an area of the furnace box itself. The furnace box is made of metal, where the metal and the paint has oxidized off of the furnace box. It's greater towards what would be if we're looking at the interior of the furnace, it would be the top sort of left portion of the furnace. In the area of where your fire box would be for your furnace. It's a forced propane furnace. So where a majority of like the flame activity for the furnace would occur, that's where this fire damage is. There's also an area of discoloration and some charred debris. There's charred debris within that top box of the furnace as well. That debris is unidentifiable, but it sort of has the consistency of a readily combustible material, a paper, a cardboard, or something similar, but it's unidentifiable really as to what specifically the material is. There's similar material atop the furnace as well. and there's a pattern, a U or V-shaped pattern emanating upward and outward from the top of the furnace, kind of leading up. There's a big duct that goes up. That's your duct to supply the house. You can see that discoloration and that soot deposition getting worse as you move upward and outward from the top of the furnace.
So did you stop there at that point and examine the furnace, or did you continue to finish looking down in the basement?
We continued to finish our examination. It was relatively short. We continued to this bedroom here. The bedroom had similar to sort of the profile of upstairs, soot deposition present, but really no smoke or no fire damage present as compared to the rest of the basement.
So the only location in the basement you found with fire damage that was that furnace?
Correct.
So did you then focus your investigation on that furnace?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So looking at State's Exhibit number 147, tell us what we're looking at here.
So what we're looking at here, there's some appears to be fire debris located adjacent to the furnace area here. Again, it is of such amount of damage that it's difficult to ascertain what it is specifically. But it has similar charring, and it has all the debris present is all of a similar kind of composition.
And the cover to the furnace was off when you got there?
This photo, as it's taken, we did not take that cover off. That cover is how it was located.
State's Exhibit number 148, can you explain what we're looking at here?
This is that bottom box. We're talking about top box, bottom box. This is the bottom box. The bottom box, you can see the furnace filter in the what would be kind of the right side of the photo. You can see that the furnace filter is still in place. That the furnace filter doesn't really have a bunch of smoke or soot deposition clogging it up, and it also, you can see that it's got a cardboard kind of housing. It's put together with cardboard, right? The cardboard is also intact still on that filter. You can see the wiring to this unit down here in the bottom portion of the box. All of the wiring is still of a similar brightness. You can still see all of it. You can see all of the insulation is still intact. You can see that the controller, you can still read the information on the controller pack there, that where all the wiring goes to. You can still see the sticker on that particular motor, the caution sticker. Given the sort of lack of fire damage within this bottom box, I'm confident in saying that the fire did not originate from this bottom box.
I gave you State's Exhibit 101, which is the furnace filter. When you're looking at the furnace filter as part of your investigation, what are you looking for?
So obviously we're looking to see if there's any actual fire damage to this filter. Specifically for this bottom portion of the furnace, we're looking to see if that fire originated from that location. We have all this cardboard material here that is all still in place. Your furnace filter goes for your return air. It filters the air before it goes back through the furnace to go back to go back throughout the house. So this is the side as represented in the photograph here. This is the side that would be taking the air in. This is obviously the furnace side.
So before you go on, just to clear up the record, you were showing the jury the back side of the Exhibit 101 that does not have any stickers on it, correct?
There is a sticker on it.
No, on the side you're showing the jury, are there any stickers on that side?
No.
Okay, so that's the side you're showing the jury?
Yes.
And you were explaining that on State's Exhibit 148, that's the side we can see in that picture?
Correct.
All right. So if you continue with the other side, what did you see on the other side of State's
So
Exhibit?
this is the other side. It shows pretty good, I think, on the if you look at the photo, and I can flip this back. I'll flip this back around for you guys. but we're looking at a lot more soot deposition to this filter here. You can see it's kind of black. It started to blacken up the interior of the bag. This is indicative that there's a fire occurring that's getting soot deposited into the return air and then being brought back into the furnace. So this is our side A, the first side, and then this is our side sort of B.
If the fire had originated in the furnace, would you expect to see different things on the filter?
If it had originated within the bottom, yes.
And looking at State's Exhibit 149, can you explain what we're looking at here?
This is that bottom portion, that bottom cover, removed and laid flat on the ground there. You can see again, we've got another sticker in there that's totally intact and fine. You can see the exterior of the, what would be, as you're looking at it, the left side of the furnace. You can see that there's a sticker present on that as well, and that sticker is still intact. You can also see that there's no oxidation damage or any other damage to the furnace that we would consider to be fire impingement or fire damage.
What would you see if there was oxidation?
The gray paint there would be kind of bubbled off. Oxidation's just rust. So if you've ever seen a rusty car, it's the same thing. It's just it bubbles that paint off. Fire is an oxidation chemical reaction. That's what it does. Rust actually is an exothermic reaction. Rust causes heat on a much slower scale than an actively burning fire. But what we're looking at here is we're looking for, at least in this case with metals, oxidation where the paint is bubbled off and then sort of a rusting type process begins.
And that tan or lighter colored hose that's coming off of that, was that plastic or metal?
That is it's like this one
The
kind of
beige
towards the bottom that runs underneath is more like a rubber type hose.
Did you see any heat or fire damage on that at all?
Did not know.
State's Exhibit number 50, can you explain what we're looking at there?
Yeah, so this is the top of our furnace box. This is the left side top of our furnace box here. Similar to what we were kind of trying to describe earlier, well, without it being present, that oxidation damage, that rusting, that loss of the paint. We're starting to see that a bit here with the top furnace box there. You can see that there's kind of what used to be a sort of a disconnect switch. There's a switch box there that's kind of dangling by the wire. You can also see that has some oxidation damage to it as well. And you can see the gas supply piping coming into the furnace.
And State's Exhibit number 151.
This is the front of that disconnect switch that we were talking about earlier. This is where the switch housing would have been. And then this is the gas piping coming into the furnace.
Was there anything about the gas piping that indicated there was any fire that originated in that area?
No, the fittings were all in a proper location. There were no cracks visible to the fittings of the actual furnace piping itself. Nothing that would be indicative that there was some sort of physical failure of the gas piping there.
And State's Exhibit number 152, can you explain what we're looking at here?
So this is our top furnace box. Let's see, we'll do this one. So coming upward and outward, we saw that pattern on the left side of the furnace box. That pattern sort of begins to start around the area where that gas piping comes in. As we could see from the previous photo, that oxidation pattern moving upward and outward from that gas, from the area of where the gas service comes in. And you can also start to see it if you're looking into the furnace box there. If you look at the right wall of the furnace box, the interior right wall, you can see it's that shiny metal color. And then as we move across the left, towards the left side of the furnace box, looking at the back wall, you see how it stays kind of really shiny towards the right and it gets a lot duller and discolored towards the left. Looking at that, we've got patterns that would indicate that we've got fire damage in that area. It's sort of difficult to see on this exhibit there, but there's an electrical wire that sort of leads towards where the disconnect would be. There's some other electrical wiring present within this furnace box here. The ones that are closer to the bottom of the box, you can see they're still colored. The colored insulation is still present to the wires. But you can also see that the wiring that's closer to that area of the gas piping where this pattern comes back, that insulation is gone, is missing, was consumed or has dripped off of the wires.
What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 153?
Well, it's kind of sideways, but it is a photo of the top furnace box again. What's kind of in the bottom right is it's a motor. It helps circulate air throughout the furnace. And towards the bottom left, those are those multicolored wires we were just talking about that were still intact as compared to our wires up towards the top of the box that had that insulation melted off. You can see that there's stickers still in place on motors. As we were talking about before, a majority of furnace fires are some sort of accidental function following failure of the furnace. Motor failure happens often. It's seen a lot, but normally when you have a motor failure, they don't usually result in fires. But kind of what we're starting to get zeroed in on here is there's some melting damage present to this motor that we're going to take a look at a little bit further.
And it looks like there's some ashy substance on the bottom. Am I looking at that correctly?
That's correct. That ashy substance that we're seeing on the bottom, we'll see more of it at the top, on top of the furnace as well. But this sort of ashy substance, again, it's difficult to identify what this ashy substance is, but it kind of has similar consistency to ash, which would lead us to believe that it's more of a Class A type combustible material, a paper, a cardboard, something similar to that.
So would you say it was something that was burned in that area or something that kind of drifted down after it was burned in another area?
Given the presence of the insulation still in that area and the stickers and stuff like that, it appears that the ash kind of as the whatever it was that was burning, just ended up falling to the bottom of this furnace box here.
And State's Exhibit 154.
This is the bottom right area of this top furnace box. You can see that there's that yellow sticker present in the corner. You can see the connection to the motor it's a plug, and that the plug is still intact, and that the wiring is still intact going to the plug. You can see the motor, kind of the winding of the motor. You can see that through there as well. You can see the insulation of the wiring, some other wiring coming up around the motor, and you can see that all of that is intact.
And State's Exhibit 155.
This shows it much better. This is a much better photo of the oxidation I was trying to show you earlier. You can see, again, towards the right, we got a much cleaner side on our right wall, moving right to left, how we've got that oxidation, that rust type pattern moving upward and outward from the area around where that gas piping was located. You can see some of the wiring there that's got damage, and you can see the gas piping moving left to right across the furnace box there.
And State's Exhibit 156.
So this is kind of where the gas goes in your furnace. It is where the gas is ignited, and then you have fire that then helps heat your home. When we took the panel cover off for the firebox, we were able to locate more of that ashy substance in there. This is an area in which we would not expect to see that. This is an area this is where the fire continually goes when you have a furnace that's fuel fed. You can see on the actual piping of the furnace piping itself that's begun to oxidize as well in that specific area, and that there's some leads and electrical wiring in there also that was also impinged upon by that fire.
And it appears to be some ashy substance in there too. Could you tell if it was something that was burned in that area, or again if it fell?
It's difficult to say, but it's of similar consistency to the stuff that we were seeing in the bottom of the top box. That material is of similar consistency to that which was on top of the furnace that we'll see in a little bit. That's in here, and then that is in the bottom of that top furnace box.
State's Exhibit 157. What are we looking at here?
The top of the furnace and this ashy material that we're talking about. You can kind of see how there's that potential that it makes its way down into the furnace box there. But that furnace box is designed to hold and contain fire, specifically the gas-fed fire within that area, and help disperse it throughout the home. But again, you can see with similar consistency that stuff on top with the stuff in the middle, and I believe we have a photo of the stuff later that's in the bottom of that top box as well.
And State's Exhibit number 158.
When I was talking about that pattern on top of the furnace, kind of moving upward off of the furnace and oxidizing this big air conduit. This is kind of that pattern that I'm trying to describe, where that it's coming upward and outward from the top of this furnace, where we have this kind of ashy, charred type material.
And I think this may be a good place to stop for lunch, Your Honor.
I thought it was about perfect timing. You got through the pictures and then we followed after lunch. So we'll be back at 1:20. Members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. We'll have the bailiffs take the jury out. And counsel, I trust there's nothing we need to discuss.
No, Your Honor.
Please be seated. It's 1:26 p.m. We're going back on the record and state the Nikki Sue Entzel 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are here. Ms. Entzel is here with Mr. Glass, and Ms. Lawyer is present. Ms. Lawyer, you may continue your examination of Mr. Rolline.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Rolline.
Was there anything else that you had done regarding your investigation of the furnace?
After we were done examining the furnace, we collected what was left, that charred debris. We collected that debris as well to be tested for the presence of ignitable liquids. Same process, put it in the can, sealed it, and then sent it to the crime lab.
Now, we've been talking about the things that you did at the residence. Was this all done on one occasion, or did you do this on each of the 3 occasions you went to the house?
As we noted before, we were back and forth from the residence 3 times. Each of these, there were items collected on each of the separate days.
And the items that you talked about collecting so far, were those all collected on the same day?
They were collected on different days.
So this was an ongoing investigation?
It was, yes.
And when you finished with your examination of the furnace, what did you do next?
After we were finished examining the furnace, and we had examined both the fire scene on the first floor and the fire on the second floor, or in the basement, we had reconvened to do some interview follow-up later in the week, including interviewing members of the Bismarck Fire Department that had responded out there to get their opinions on what they had saw and what they had seen, what they had encountered when they had responded to the residents. That's the majority of what we had done. We had more investigative follow-up.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself, members of the Sheriff's Department, members of the Bureau of Criminal Investigation. It's somewhat of a team effort in investigating this matter.
Was, other than the investigation at the scene and the interviews with the firefighters regarding what they had seen when they first got to the residence, was there anything else that you factored into your determination of the cause and origin of the fire?
We had received back the results from the crime lab regarding all of the samples that we had submitted for testing for the presence of ignitable liquids. That was factored in.
And what decisions did you factor into your decision? Or I'm sorry, what analysis did you factor into your decision?
As far as for determination of the cause of the fire.
Correct. What results did you use?
So from the crime lab, they returned results that indicated that there was the presence of, they call it medium petroleum distillates, ignitable liquids, across all 7 samples that were collected during the process of our fire scene examination. The full kind of background of what exactly their analysis was, they would be able to better speak to. But the return result for me, it said that it was a medium petroleum distillate, and that same type or category of ignitable liquid was present in all of the samples that we had collected.
So that'd be the samples from the bed and the samples from the top of the furnace to include?
Correct. The
rest
samples from upstairs and the samples in the basement.
And what would be an example of a medium petroleum distillate?
Charcoal, lighter fluid, there's a whole litany of them, some finishing products. There's a whole list or a matrix that is accompanied by each of these test results that they give out. They're not able to give, in most cases, a specific liquid unless they have a specific liquid to compare it to, but they're able to give a broad category as to what it potentially could be.
And when you are making your conclusions, is there any specific categories that you have to use to classify a cause of fire under?
Yes, in the edition of 921 that I referenced for this report, it came out in 2017. It's a continually updated document so that we are trying to stay on the forefront of the science of fire investigation. They've since removed that portion, but the most common classifications that fire departments and the fire service uses to classify fires are accidental. They used to use natural, undetermined, wherein you can't determine what caused the fire, and incendiary, meaning that an incendiary fire is a fire that's started or maintained in an area where a fire should not be started or maintained. In this case, we determined that there were 2 separate fires in 2 separate locations, both of which fell into the incendiary category.
Now you said at the beginning that when you're determining cause and origin, you put out theories or hypotheses that you then try to disprove.
That's correct.
Other than what your final conclusion were there any other things that you looked at as to what the cause of the fire could be?
There were. We evaluated, there was a propane heater present within the first floor, within the master bedroom. We evaluated the potential for the proximity of the heater to the bed, igniting materials atop the bed and subsequently causing the fire. Based on the totality of evidence of what we were seeing, to include the laboratory results, the medical examiner's results, the fire patterns and our expected growth patterns of the fire, that hypothesis as far as an accidental ignition of the bed by the propane heater, the location of the propane heater head where the actual heat was being radiated off of, we were able to eliminate that as the potential cause of the fire, which left us with the incendiary hypothesis of somebody, person or persons, applying an ignitable liquid to the bedroom, specifically the mattress and the floor around the decedent, and initiating that fire.
So that was the cause. Were you able to determine the origin or where the fire started?
Correct. The origin therein being, that mattress or the floor area, kind of in that area.
And that would have been for the fire upstairs? You said there was a separate fire in the basement?
Correct.
What was the origin of the fire in the basement?
Through our analysis of the furnace, we were able to determine that the fire did not spread from that furnace location to the bedroom. So we don't have a fire that occurs at the furnace that spreads to the bedroom. So we have that second area of origin. We evaluated the electrical wiring for the presence of arcs, or an arc that would potentially cause a fire within the furnace. We did not locate that. We also evaluated the potential hypothesis of a gas line failure resulting in a fire. The gas line connections were patent and intact. We're able to eliminate any sort of failure of the appliance. So that hypothesis was set aside and eliminated, leaving us with the hypothesis that somebody, person or persons, placed materials, unspecified materials, laden with ignitable liquids, a similar ignitable liquid to which was used in the master bedroom, resulting in them initiating a fire at or around that furnace. In establishing our separate areas of origin, we also looked at the timelines for the fires. The fire in the bedroom was noted to have been, there was no active fire noted in the bedroom. And then you've got fire present in the furnace upon the arrival of the fire department. These are factors that we would help kind of describe that these are two separate fires. If we wouldn't anticipate an actively free burning fire in the furnace to have correlation to a fire that has burned, completely cooled, and be in an ambient state with the rest of the residents. The differential in timeline was also a factor in determining that there were two separate origins.
Did you examine that propane heater that was in the bedroom to see kind of how it was made up, what it looked like?
It was a sunflower heater. I forget what the size of the propane cylinder was, but it was a sunflower radiant heater setting atop of a propane cylinder. I recall the propane cylinder heater was pointed not towards the towards the bed area there, but more towards where the victim, the decedent, was located.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibit number 83. From that picture where you can see the void that's circular, just want to confirm, is that where the heater was located?
That's correct.
And it appears that there are multiple circle rings on that photo.
Yes.
Is that how it appears to you as well?
Yes.
Was the base of that heater, did it have multiple rings on the base of it?
I do not believe so.
So how would you account for what it looks like multiple rings within that void?
It's possible that it had been shifted or moved. You can see that there are different levels of where the grooves would have set. The one thing that we can say for sure, without a doubt, is that the propane heater was located in the bedroom prior to the fire, given the amount of soot and the damage around it.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass.
I got no questions.
I would ask that he be excused from his subpoena, Your Honor.
Object.
All right, thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Do not discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses in this matter until after the case is closed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yep, thank you.
State calls Jared Lemieux.
Please come forward up here and be sworn in, and then take a seat at the witness chair.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Jared Lemieux. I'm a sergeant with Burleigh County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Oh, just shy of 10 years.
Has all that time been with the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department?
No.
Where did you work prior to working with the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department?
Between 2012 and 2015, I was with Mandan Police Department.
And then you joined the Sheriff's Department in 2015?
Yes.
And what do you do as a sergeant for the Sheriff's Department?
I supervise a group of 4 deputies, 1 corporal, in their day-to-day activities, and then I also respond to calls and make traffic stops.
What sort of training or education do you have to work as a sergeant in the Sheriff's Department?
I have graduated from the Police Academy from Lake Region State College in 2012. Since then, I have over 2,000 hours of various areas in law enforcement training, specifically basic criminal investigator training through the Bureau of Criminal Investigation out of North Dakota, internet crimes against children training that I completed in 2019.
And were you still in that same capacity in January of 2020?
No.
What role were you with the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department in January of 2020?
I was a deputy with investigations.
And what were your duties there?
I investigated state, local, and federal crimes.
How did you become involved in this case?
On January 6th, 2020, which was a Monday, I was informed of an incident that happened the previous week in our investigation meeting that we usually do every morning, and was brought up to date on what had happened the previous week, and tasks were kind of divvied out for investigators, and I was assigned certain tasks.
What was your primary role in this investigation?
I wrote copious amounts of search warrants.
Do you recall how many?
No, just that it was a lot.
Do you recall where you wrote search warrants for?
Yes.
Tell me.
I wrote many search warrants for various phone numbers that belonged to the defendant
I wrote search warrants for the residents on 43rd Avenue in Burleigh County, a search warrant for the Staybridge, a search warrant for surveillance system located at the residence. I wrote probable cause affidavits that were sent to other agencies throughout the country and Canada. I wrote many search warrants for cell phone tower information through Verizon Wireless and AT&T.
And when you say you wrote search warrants, you drafted information for a judge to review to determine whether or not you'd be able to get that information or
Yes.
go search that location?
Yes.
And some of those search warrants, it sounds like you were looking for records or video or pieces of physical evidence like that.
Correct.
Where did all of that information end up going?
Because my name is on the search warrant, it gets sent to me. Once I take it, I provide that to Deputy Brian Thompson, who was assigned as the case agent.
So did you analyze any of that data or any of those videos or that information that came in?
No.
Did you assist on any of the physical search or the search warrants for the physical locations where an actual search had to be conducted?
I assisted on the search warrant of a Pontiac that was located outside the Sheriff's Department on January 7th. And then that same evening, I assisted with the search warrant at Staybridge in Bismarck.
Do you know whose vehicle that Pontiac was that was parked outside?
Yes, it belonged to Nikki Entzel.
And was there anything in particular you were looking for in that case?
Looking for a cell phone.
When you conduct a search warrant, are photographs taken to document what you see?
Yes.
Was that done when you searched the Pontiac?
Yes.
Was anyone assisting you in searching that vehicle?
No.
I gave you photos marked States Exhibits 159 to 164. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
And are those the photos that you took when you searched that Pontiac on January 7th, 2020?
Yes, they are.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on that date?
Yes.
I would offer States Exhibits 159 through 164, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibits 159 through 164 are received.
Okay, and looking at States Exhibit 159, can you describe what we're looking at?
That is the blue Pontiac that I applied for as granted a search warrant. It's located on the south side of the Sheriff's Department.
And States Exhibit 160, what are we looking at here?
A blue iPhone is located inside of the center console of that Pontiac.
States Exhibit 161, what are we looking at here?
That cell phone, again, I had taken it out of the center console, flipped it around, and placed it on the center console, took a picture of it.
States Exhibit 162, what's this?
That is the trunk, general overall look of what the trunk was when I opened it.
Did you photograph everything that was inside the trunk individually?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. States Exhibit 163, what are we looking at here?
Things that were inside was a Christmas wrapping paper, a notebook, and then I believe that was a horse tack.
And it looks like there's floor mats in there as well? Is
Yes.
that what those are? And then 164, what is that item?
Spur.
And that's what was in the trunk?
Yes.
That's depicted in States Exhibit number 163?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you take a close-up of the spur?
I took a picture because, one, I wasn't exactly sure what it was, and then with the severity and seriousness of the case, I just want to document everything thoroughly in case it needed to be seen again later down the road.
But you didn't know if it had any evidentiary value at the time?
No, I didn't.
Was anything seized as a result of your search of the vehicle?
Yes, that iPhone.
And you said you also assisted later that evening with the search at the Staybridge Suites?
Yes.
And what was being searched at the Staybridge Suites at that time?
It was a room. I don't recall the room number off the top of my head.
What was your role during that search?
There was multiple BCI agents and other deputies there. My role was to search for anything that would be pertinent to the crime, is what the direction that was given to me, and then provide that to the BCI agents who were collecting evidence.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value as you conducted the search?
I located medication, which was when you walk into the room, there's a kitchen, and the counter to that kitchen, there's medication. Then I located some blue jeans that appeared to belong to a male.
Where did you find the blue jeans?
Inside of a bedroom in the hotel room. When you walk in, there's a kitchen and then like a living room, and then to the right there's a bedroom with a king-size bed and a dresser. Inside the dresser is where the blue jeans were.
Was there anything, or what did you do with those items once you found them?
I gave those to the Bureau of Criminal Investigations. They were just sitting in the kitchen area, keeping log of everything that we find. So I just handed it over to them, and then I'm done with it.
Okay, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 103. Is that the living room area that you were referring to?
Yes.
And where did you say you found the medications?
On the counter to the left, sort of where that lamp is. That's on.
Okay. And then you said, so here's another picture, State's Exhibit number 104, that shows more of that counter.
Mm-hmm.
Where on that photograph would you have found that medication?
It would have been to the right.
Okay.
There's a photograph on the wall.
Towards the back of the counter by the wall?
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Stop there, Howard. So your role in this particular investigation, you participated in the two searches on the same particular day?
Yes.
Okay. But your main role was to just apply for a search warrant?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you do anything after the two searches on that one particular day, other than apply for search warrants?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
I'd ask that he be excused.
No objection.
No objection.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Sergeant, you are excused, but do not discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses in this matter until the case is concluded.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
State calls Brianna Langang.
Please come forward there and be sworn in, and then you'll just take a seat at the witness seat.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Brianna Langang. I'm a special agent for the North Dakota Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
About 3 years.
Did you work any other law enforcement jobs prior to this one?
Yes, prior to that I was a parole and probation officer for North Dakota Parole and Probation.
How long did you have that job?
About 5 years.
And what sort of training or education do you have to enable you to work in law enforcement?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice and a Master of Science in Management. I completed the North Dakota Law Enforcement Training Academy, and I've completed about 1,300 hours of post-board certified law enforcement training.
What is your current assignment with the Bureau of Criminal Investigation?
I'm currently assigned as an investigator for the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit.
Was that your assignment in January of 2020?
Yes.
And what are your duties as an investigator in that unit?
We specialize in cases of patient abuse, neglect, exploitation, and provider fraud.
Do you also assist with other types of investigations?
Yes, I do.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was notified on January 6th of 2020 that the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department had requested assistance from the Bureau of Criminal Investigation with an ongoing homicide investigation, and I was available to assist.
So what did you do?
Starting out on January 6th of 2020, we had a briefing with the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department to obtain more information about what was going on at the time.
And with that information, then what was the next thing that was happen in the investigation?
Later that afternoon on January 6th of 2020, I assisted with a search warrant execution at a residence in Bismarck, Burleigh County.
What was that residence?
4900 43rd Avenue Northeast.
And what was your role in that search?
I assisted with the initial entry of the home, and then I was designated as the evidence custodian.
What does an evidence custodian do?
Basically, that means that any evidence that is seized by law enforcement from the scene is brought to the evidence custodian for documentation and then proper packaging and collection until the search is complete.
And what do you do with the evidence when the search is complete?
It varies by case. In this particular instance, I retained custody of all the items until the search was complete and then handed it over to the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department.
So did you search any areas of the house yourself?
I did not.
What was the next thing that you assisted with?
The following day, I believe it was January 7th of 2020, I assisted with photographing Miss Entzel's person during her interview that occurred at the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department.
What was the reason that you had to photograph her?
I was asked to photograph any injuries that she might have to her person.
So how did you go about doing that?
I brought Miss Entzel to a different room than the room that she was being interviewed in. I asked her to identify any areas that she might have injury on her person. She identified her neck, both forearms, and both inner thighs. So I took overall photographs of her person and then asked her to remove her clothing so I could photograph those areas of her body.
I provided you with State's Exhibit numbers 167 through 183. Can you review those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize these as the photos I took of Miss Entzel.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed when you took those pictures?
Yes.
I would offer State's Exhibit 167 through 183, Your Honor.
No objection. Exhibits 167 through 183 are received.
When she identified those areas where she said she had injury, did she tell you what the injury was?
No.
Did she tell you how the injury occurred?
No.
So you began taking pictures then?
Yes.
You said you started with an overall picture. Why do you take an overall picture of the person?
It's important to note what the person is wearing, their clothing, and then just an overall image of what their body looks like.
168. Can you describe what we're looking at here?
This is a photograph of the right side of Miss Entzel's neck.
Did she indicate if she had any specific injuries on that side of her neck?
No, she did not.
And did you see any or note any injuries on that side of her neck?
I did not.
State's Exhibit number 169. What's this?
This is a photograph of the back of Miss Entzel's neck.
And again, did she indicate she had any specific injury on the back of her neck?
No,
Did you see any injury on the back of her neck?
I did not.
State's Exhibit number 170. What's this?
This is a photograph of Miss Entzel, of the left side of Miss Entzel's neck.
Did she point out any specific injury she had on the left side of her neck?
She did not.
Did you see any injury on the left side of her neck?
I did not.
And State's Exhibit number 171.
This is a photograph of the front of Miss Entzel's neck.
Did she point out any specific injury on the front of her neck?
No,
Did you see any injury on the front of her neck?
I did not.
It looks like it's darker on the right side than it is the left. Is that bruising or is that lighting?
That would be the lighting.
When you said when you started she had indicated she had injury on her neck,
Yes.
did you ask her then when you didn't see any injury on her neck where that injury would be?
No, I did not.
Why not?
It was apparent to me that there wasn't any visible injury to her neck.
State's Exhibit number 172, what are we looking at?
This is a photograph of Miss Entzel from the front with her shirt removed.
And what was notable about that?
There does appear to be some redness on maybe her upper chest area that appeared superficial in nature.
And State's Exhibit number 173, what's this?
This is a close-up of that same area with the redness on her neck.
And you documented that because it appeared to be an injury?
I wouldn't refer to it as an injury. I would refer to it as more of a self-inflicted scratch.
And she didn't indicate that she had injury on her chest when you had asked her about injury on her body, isn't that correct?
Correct.
But you documented it anyway?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 174, what's this?
This is a photograph of Miss Entzel's right arm.
Did you, she indicated she had injury on her arm, correct?
She did.
Did she point out which arm or where this injury may be?
She did point out a small bruise on one of the forearms.
And when you observed her arm in this photograph, did you observe any injury on her arm?
I believe this is the arm that has a small, I would say, dime-sized bruise on it.
State's Exhibit number 175.
This is another angle of Miss Entzel's right arm.
And did you observe any injury on that portion of her arm?
Again, this may be the arm that has the light bruise,
Okay.
about dime-sized on it.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 176, it's the same arm, correct?
Correct.
And what are we documenting here?
This is a close-up of her right forearm, and you can see faintly the dime-sized bruise that I was referring to.
And where would that be?
Close to the wrist area.
And you did document that further, correct?
I did.
So State's Exhibit number 177, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
This is a photograph of that same forearm with scale next to where that approximately dime-sized bruise is located.
Now, sometimes photographs aren't really good about capturing colors or tones when you're taking a picture. Did it appear when you were taking the picture to be darker or lighter than it appears in this picture?
It was about the same. It was very light.
In State's Exhibit number 178, what are we looking at here?
This is Miss Entzel's left forearm.
Did you observe any injury when you observed her left arm?
I did not.
Did she point out any specific injury on that arm?
No, she did not.
In State's Exhibit number 179,
This is another angle of Miss Entzel's left arm.
did you observe any injury on that arm?
I did not.
State's Exhibit number 180,
This is a photograph of Miss Entzel's right inner thigh.
did she point out any specific injury on this area of her body?
She did not.
Did you observe any injury on this part of her body?
I did not.
State's Exhibit number 181, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of Miss Entzel's right leg on the outer side of her leg.
Did there appear to be any injury on her leg when you took the photograph?
There did not.
In the photograph, it appears there might be some discoloration on the mid-thigh area. Was that a bruise or any sort of injury?
I would not refer to it as a bruise, more so as just the surface of the skin.
And State's Exhibit 182, what are we looking at here?
This is Miss Entzel's right leg, again, just a different angle of that same leg.
And did she point that area out as being an area of injury?
She did not.
And when you first asked her about any injury, she didn't say her outer leg, she said her inner thighs, correct?
Correct.
And State's Exhibit number 183, what are we looking at here?
This is the Miss Entzel's left leg, the inner thigh.
Did you observe any injury on that area of her body when you were looking at her leg?
I did not.
There appears to be a mark on her leg, though, running maybe from above the ankle to the middle of her thigh. Did you observe that mark?
I did.
Did that appear to be an injury?
What it appeared to be to me was the imprint of a seam, like if someone was wearing a tighter pair of jeans and Miss Entzel had been wearing what I would refer to as skinny jeans that day.
So other than that small bruise on her right forearm, did you observe any injury anywhere else on her body?
I did not.
Did she indicate to you where that bruise on her right forearm had come from?
No, she did not.
So after you had taken the photographs of her, what did you do?
Later that evening, I assisted with the execution of a search warrant at the Staybridge Suites in Bismarck, Burleigh County.
What was your role during that search?
I assisted with the actual search of the room.
What areas of the hotel room did you search?
I would have searched it was a 2-bedroom hotel room. I would have searched the master bedroom area.
There were 2 bedrooms in there. How would you differentiate which bedroom was the master bedroom and which one was not?
The master bedroom had an ensuite bathroom attached to it, and the other in a larger 1 bed, and then the other bedroom, I believe, had two beds in it.
Okay, so the one you're referring to is the master bedroom. Which one was that then?
If you would walk into the hotel room and go immediately to your right, it would have been that room on the right.
And that was the one with the king bed or the 2 smaller beds?
The king bed.
What did you find when you were searching that area?
While I was searching a desk area in the corner of that master bedroom, I located a package from a pharmacy in Bismarck. It was a prescription for clonidine 0.2 milligram transdermal patches, and it was written to Nikki Entzel.
Was a photograph taken of that when you found it?
Yes, there was.
I handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 184. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photo of that package that I located in the desk.
And is it fairly and accurately depict what you observed on that date?
Yes, it does.
I would offer 184, Your Honor.
184 is received.
And I have, it says State Exhibit 176, but State's Exhibit 184, I mean on the PowerPoint, sorry. State's Exhibit 184, is that what's being shown on the screen? Is what you have as State's Exhibit 184 in front of you?
Yes.
And can you just describe what it is we're looking at and why you thought it had evidentiary value?
So this prescription bag was stapled at the top of the bag, indicating it was likely not open since being received from the pharmacy. It also had prescription information on the outside of it and a receipt attached. That receipt indicated that the item was purchased on December 30th of 2019 at 6:17 p.m.
Was there anything else that you found during the search?
Yes.
What was that?
Located in the same drawer as this package was 2 items from AT&T. One was a kind of a generic return label, and the other was an order confirmation.
And what was important about those items?
The return label had the return sender's information listed as Earl Howard. It included the address of an AT&T store here in Bismarck. And then the order confirmation also contained the name Earl Howard, and it was an order form for an order confirmation for 2 Apple iPhones and corresponding SIM cards with new phone numbers assigned to them.
When you were searching that room, was it a parent who was staying in that room?
Yes.
Okay, I should go back. Did you know who the tenants of that room were at the time?
At the beginning of the search warrant, I was informed that it was a room belonging to Miss Entzel and her 2 children.
And what kind of items did you find in that room to be able to determine whether the children were in that room or Miss Entzel was in that room?
There was a number of adult women's clothing items located in that room, and then in the ensuite area inside that bedroom was a number of beauty products I would associate with an adult female.
What else did you find when you were searching?
Directly on top of the order form and the label was a sticky note that had 2 phone numbers written on it, one that appeared to be for an Apple iPhone 8 and one for an Apple iPhone XR, and they each had a phone number assigned to them. It was handwritten.
What was it that drew your attention about that?
The phone numbers were not North Dakota area codes. Upon further review later, I was able to determine that the area codes were area codes that are typically assigned to phone numbers out of North Texas.
What else did you find?
I believe that was it.
Were you involved in finding a pair of shoes?
I was not.
Were you involved? Okay, I'll rephrase the
All right,
question.
sustained.
Did you do anything else to assist with the search?
Not at the hotel, no.
Okay. And then what was the next thing that you had done? Or did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
I did.
And what was that?
The following day would have been January 8th of 2020. Myself and 2 other agents executed a search warrant on Miss Entzel's vehicle, a gray in color Pontiac G6.
And where did that search take place?
The vehicle had been previously seized and towed to the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department's secure storage facility, so the search took place in that storage facility.
What was the purpose of doing the search of that vehicle the day after it had already been searched by a sheriff's deputy?
The reason for the search was to locate any potential forensic evidence that might be located in the car.
And so how do you go about doing that?
There are a number of techniques that can be used. One in particular was an alternative light source, which is basically using different filters on light to be able to see potential substances that the naked eye can't see.
And when you did that, were you able to find anything of evidentiary value in this case?
Yes.
And what did you find?
There was, on I believe the passenger door, there was a substance that under alternative light source appeared to be consistent with a body fluid, and a sample of that was taken.
You couldn't tell, though, what the fluid was, could you?
No.
And how did you obtain a sample?
The sample was taken actually by Special Agent Blood, and then I photographed while he was doing that process.
Was there anything else that was discovered within the vehicle?
Not by me.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
I would have also photographed the execution of the search warrant on the Pontiac G6.
After the search of the vehicle, did you have any further involvement?
Yes.
What did you do next?
Myself and those same agents then went to the Burleigh County Sheriff's Department to basically do the same thing, look for forensic evidence on some of the items that had been seized over the last couple of days from the hotel and from the residence at 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast.
What specific items did you review?
There were, I believe, a women's hoodie, a pair of shoes, a shotgun, and the propane heater that had been located at the residence.
And what sort of evidence were you trying to find off of those items?
Again, any potential forensic evidence that might be there, whether that be a body fluid or fingerprints.
So which item did you examine first?
Again, I photographed while these were occurring, so I would have photographed while Special Agent Dan Blood and Special Agent Alex Strosky reviewed the items for potential forensic evidence.
Did you collect any evidence during that examination?
I did not.
What was the next thing that happened?
That would have been the end of my involvement.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Glass.
Thank you, Your Honor. What was the day you had photographed Ms. Entzel again?
That would have been January 7th of 2020.
Did she tell you she had any injuries on that day?
I asked her to identify any areas where she had injury, and that it was when she told me her neck, forearms, and inner thighs.
Okay. Now, you had indicated that her chest appeared to be self-inflicted. What kind of determination or qualifications do you have to make that type of determination?
Based on my own training and experience, it appeared to me that the scratch to the skin wasn't deep. There was no scabbing or break of the skin, so it appeared to have been recently put there.
So what you're saying is nobody else could have done that?
No, it's possible someone else could have done it.
Okay. So then it wouldn't necessarily be self-inflicted, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. And so on this particular day that you had photographed her, that doesn't mean that on any other day she wouldn't have had significant injury,
That's correct.
right? She could have had significant injury 2 weeks prior, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As far as your other searches, you were just logging and photographing, other than you took the sample of the car?
Special Agent Blood took that sample. I photographed while he did that.
So you were just photographing and logging, correct?
And I assisted with the search at the Staybridge Suites, yes.
Okay. But mostly there, what were you doing?
At each place, everybody has a different task. So in the first search, I was the evidence custodian, and then throughout a couple of those other searches, I photographed.
Okay. No other questions, Your Honor?
I have nothing further and ask that she be excused.
No objection.
All right, thank you for your testimony. You're released. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses in this matter till the case is closed. Thank you.
St. Paul's Campsite.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Will you state your name, please?
Kent Heinley.
And where do you live, Mr. Heinley?
Currently, I live in Mesa, Arizona.
Where'd you live before that?
Mandan, North Dakota.
Did you know a person by the name of Chad Entzel?
I did.
How did you know him?
Met him through bowling. He was a good friend of mine.
Do you recall when it was you met him?
Trying to think back. Probably like 2013, sometime in that time frame.
Were you on the same bowling league or just happened to run into each other in a bowling alley?
We actually met each other at a bowling tournament in Fargo and then created our friendship, and then we bowled several times together on teams or in the same league.
Outside of bowling, did you have any contact with him?
Yep, we golfed a few times together. We had get-togethers either at our house or at their house. It was a very, very good friendship.
And so you said you've known him since 2013. Was he married at that time?
No, he wasn't.
Did you know his first wife, Susie?
I did not.
When did you meet the defendant, Nikki Entzel?
It would have been, Chad and I were playing in a golf tournament that day. I don't remember what year it was, but he said that she was going to be in town, and then we met up with her after that golf tournament. Was the first time we got to meet her. I want to say maybe it was, let's see, I got married in 15, maybe like 2013, 2014, sometime in that time range.
And how was she when you first met her?
Very nice person. Chad was very happy, and we were happy for Chad. He had found somebody that he was happy with, so didn't have any, any ill feelings or anything like that. So we just treated her like she was a friend because of Chad.
And you got married when?
In 2015, second marriage.
And was that locally, or was that a destination wedding?
That was here.
Did you invite Chad to your wedding?
Yes.
And was he married at that time?
He wasn't.
Did he bring anybody to your wedding?
He did bring Nikki.
And so you socialized with them, came to your wedding, pretty good friends.
Yep. He actually proposed to Nikki at our wedding, at the wedding dance.
Tell me about that.
So he had asked me if it would be okay if he was able to propose during the wedding dance. So we did the first dance and things like that. We talked to the musicians, and we were able to give him the microphone, and he got down on one knee and proposed to her at our wedding dance. And it was a great occasion. Not only was me and my wife able to celebrate our wedding, we were also be able to celebrate the start of theirs as well.
Were you happy for him?
Very happy for both of them.
Do you know if Nikki's got any children?
2 boys.
Did you ever meet them?
Yes.
When did you meet them?
I think the first time we met them was at a get-together at Chad and Nikki's residence.
Do you remember when that was?
I can't recall what the date and time.
Was that the only time that you saw Chad with the kids?
Nope.
How many times would you say you saw Chad with the kids?
Probably more than a dozen times because of the bowling, youth bowling and stuff. My daughter was involved in that, as was her youngest son, and Chad was a part of that.
Did you ever see Chad get angry at the kids?
Never.
Or raise his voice?
Not when I was around.
How would you describe Chad?
Probably one of the most likable people you'll ever had a chance to meet. He was very caring. He would go out of his way to help other people all of the time. Always had a great time with Chad. Put a smile on your face. I can still see the smile on his face. Sorry. I miss him. He was just such a great person. And if you talk to anybody in the bowling community, he was so respected and cared about, and I never ever seen anything where he would have been an angry type of person in all of the interactions.
You said you went golfing with him.
Yep.
Did he ever have a bad golfing day?
We all do.
Do you ever see him throw his golf club?
Nope.
What would he do when he would have a bad golfing day?
Yeah, sometimes he would use words he shouldn't, but we all do it. I'm a golfer to this day yet, and those things happen. But no, he was pretty proud of the clubs that he had. I know he had just recently bought a new set of clubs, so you kind of care about those a little bit. But we all get frustrated. It's one of those games that it'll humble you very quickly. But we always had a good time when we were doing it.
What about bowling? How would he act if he had a bad day at bowling?
I don't know if I ever seen Chad have a bad day at bowling. He's a very good bowler, and him and I had a competition, and I'm proud to say I've had some good times in bowling, and Chad was able to witness all 3 of the 300s that I've bowled. I witnessed one of his. So we competed against each other, so it was one of those friendly competitions because we always wanted to outdo each other.
During those occasions that you would see Chad socially, did you ever see him drink?
Yeah, we'd have a few beers, during or maybe after bowling, but it was never to excess because we all had to get up and go to work the next day. So, having those social drinks, it's just part of the environment that we were in.
Would Chad's demeanor or behavior or attitude change when he would drink?
Not when I was around him. Not that I could say it was. Sometimes you get a little bit more giddy, and laughing and those types of things, but that would probably be the only thing that would have changed.
Did you ever see him get into a fight?
Never.
Do you know when Chad and Nikki got married?
It was in May of 2016 was when my wife and myself joined Chad and Nikki in Phoenix, but I believe there was a marriage prior to that, a ceremony or something they had, so it was kind of a renewing of their vows type of thing, but it was at a destination place in Phoenix, and we all four had a great time. It was a great occasion.
It was just the four of you there?
Yes.
Do you have to sign anything as a witness?
I don't believe we had to sign anything because it was more of a vow renewal type of thing.
Was there drinking at that time?
Yes.
Did Chad drink to excess?
I think there was one night we all did. My wife's not a drinker, but the other three of us probably had more than we probably should have, but we were at the resort in a pool just having a good time. We weren't going to be driving anywhere, so we were just celebrating their occasion.
And when you saw Chad drink to excess, did his demeanor or attitude change?
We just got goofier, I guess.
Were you aware of any problems in their marriage?
Not specifically. I was told by some other people that there may be some issues.
You didn't witness those yourself?
I did not.
What did you do when you lived as an occupation when you lived in Bismarck?
I was a financial advisor or financial specialist for a couple different investment firms and insurance companies.
Did you also sell insurance?
I did.
For who?
Sold insurance for Thrivent for 10 years, and then I transferred from Thrivent over to Allstate, and then from Allstate I went to Prudential.
Did you ever sell Chad insurance?
I did.
Do you know if Nikki was involved in that, or if you had meetings jointly with the two of them?
We did.
And do you recall when that would have been?
Would have been while I was working at Allstate.
And when did you work at Allstate?
Would have been, I started in October of 2017 through, I believe it was, I was only there about a year, a little over a year, and then I went to Prudential, so sometime October, November of 2018.
What type of insurance was Chad in the market for at that time?
Life insurance.
Was there anything specific that he was requesting?
Well, we had a conversation, as I did with all the clients that come in, as what was the purpose and what was the need. And the conversations were about if something was to happen to Chad, that Nikki would have some source of resource to be able to help take care of her children. So it was more like an income replacement type of need. So we looked at something that was going to be cost effective. So we did a combination of policies. One was a universal life contract, and the other one was a term policy, just to keep the costs down so that they could get the face amount they were talking about.
What face amount were they talking about?
I believe they were more about what the monthly budget was going to be, and I don't recall exactly what that number was. I know they were maybe thinking maybe $1 million, and I think it ended up being around $700,000 between the two of them when it was all said and done, because it fit into their budget.
Is that something that you recommended to them, or is that something that they had asked you about?
It was kind of a dual thing. They were trying to achieve as much insurance possible for the amount of money that was going to be affordable to them on a monthly basis. So that kind of, we did calculations a couple different ways. We did the term policy because of his age to get him to age 65 at least, I believe is how that was set up, and then also having something more permanent, and that's why we also added some universal life in there as well, so that it would carry on beyond his working years as well.
I handed you a set of 3 documents that are labeled States Exhibits 185, 186, and 187. Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
And are they a true and correct copy of the documents that were involved in the transaction you had selling Chad life insurance?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I would offer States 185, 186, and 187.
So that's 185, 186, and 187 are received.
Okay, and looking at States Exhibit number 185, can you tell us what this document is?
It's the actual application for life insurance that we had to submit prior to getting the approval. So you get the application put together, it gets submitted for underwriting, and then underwriting makes a decision based on health and those types of things, if you're a smoker or not a smoker, if I may elaborate a little bit with.
I'll ask you some more questions
Okay.
about that, and then we
Okay.
can get to that. When Chad and Nikki came in to ask about getting a life insurance policy, did they ask about putting a life insurance policy on Nikki's life as well?
So when we were done visiting about Chad, I did ask Nikki if she was interested in purchasing life insurance, and she said she had another company that already had her covered. So at that time, she was not interested.
So it was just Chad that applied for and received life insurance?
Correct.
And in the application, who was supposed to be the primary beneficiary?
His wife, Nikki.
Was there any secondary or contingent beneficiary that was added to the policy?
She asked that her brother would be the contingent.
Did she say why her brother?
In the event something happened to both of them, if they were traveling, that the resources would be available to him to help take care of those 2 boys of hers.
And were those the only 2 listed beneficiaries then of the policy?
Yes.
And page 2 of that is, what information are you looking for on page 2?
On page 2 of this would be the base amount that we were applying for, and citizenship, of course. So in this one, in this application was the True Fit term policy. We applied for $1 million.
Which page are you looking at?
I'm on page 204, on the bottom part of it.
Okay, just so that we can follow along.
Yep, and that's the amount that we applied for when we initially sent the application in.
So that's under that section 8, the policy, where he was looking for $1 million in coverage?
That is correct.
And on page 3, what are you looking for in that part of the application?
So those are some what they call preliminary underwriting questions that I can ask as far as, if he's ever been, as it says on here, arrested for possession or sale or delivery of any illegal drugs, diagnosed for any heart disease, strokes, cancers, basically red flag type of questions that I can initially ask before it goes to our underwriters.
And then the last page, page 4.
So on page 4, it would just be the disclosures and the declarations from the company, and then the signature pages.
And that signature page with the date, that would be the date that the application was made?
That is correct.
And what was the date that this application was made?
August 12th, 2018.
So what happens when somebody puts in an application then? Where does that go?
So from there, it would go to our underwriting department, and then they'll also set up what's called a paramed exam, where they may do some blood work, check your blood pressure. They'll have a nurse come out to do that, and then from there, they decide on what, if it's somebody who is a preferred type of insured, so they would get a discount, or if they're just a standard, or if they're substandard. So that's what those things happen, and then from there, an offer is made back to us from the insurance company stating, based on the paramed and the things we have, this is what we can offer for coverage at this price.
How long does that usually take?
Depending on how long the paramed, typically within maybe 10 to 14 days.
So What was ultimately approved then for Chad?
Ultimately, it ended up being the $100,000 for the flexible premium insurance, which is the universal life, and then $500,000 for the term policy. So it ended up at $600,000, just due to it fit into their budget.
State's Exhibit number 186 that you have up there. Which one is that?
That's the term policy to age 95.
Now, I notice on that first page under the initial information, it says that the payment class is standard smoker. Was Chad a smoker?
He wasn't a smoker, but he was a smokeless tobacco user. So, and with Allstate, they were a company that if you were a smoker or a chewer, you were going to be considered a standard smoker. A little bit higher risk, so premiums tend to be typically higher due to that.
So that's basically a classification for payment or risk.
Correct.
Did you know Chad to smoke?
I never seen him smoke, but I knew he chewed.
And you said that death benefit was the $500,000 one.
That's correct.
And State's Exhibit number 187. Which one is this?
That's the flexible premium universal life or adjustable indexed. And it's more of a permanent policy, and it's a $100,000 face amount.
So the $500,000 policy that's in State's Exhibit 186, how long was that good for?
To his age 95.
And when did that take effect?
Once the first premium was collected.
And when would that have been?
I don't remember if they did a payment once we agreed on this, or if it was set up as an automatic withdrawal from their bank account. I don't recall exactly how that was set up. It may say in here.
So it shows the issue date is August 31st, 2018. Would it have been likely within a month of that?
It would have went into effect that date because that's the date that they would have received some sort of a premium, either monthly or annual.
And same thing with State's Exhibit number 187, which you had indicated was the $100,000 policy. How long was that supposed to last or be in effect?
Those policies are designed as long as you meet the minimum payment that's required to keep the policy in force. Will go as long as you live.
And that one also, the issue date was August 31st, 2018?
Correct.
And on both of those insurance policies, Nikki Entzel was the primary beneficiary, correct?
That is correct.
So how long, or when did you move to Arizona?
May of 2020.
So that was after Chad died.
Yes.
Did you have, how often would you see Chad and Nikki together before you moved?
I would see Chad at least twice a week because of our bowling schedules. Nikki, sometimes it was once a week, sometimes once every 2 weeks type of thing, just because of jobs and where she was working. I know she would communicate with my wife on a regular occasion about certain things, and so like I said, I seen Chad more than I would see Nikki just because of work schedule.
When you would see them together, did you ever notice a change in how they would interact with each other or how they treated each other?
There was one occasion, I believe it was a Labor Day picnic that we had at Chad and Nikki's residence. It seemed like there was a little bit of tension. My wife was inside the house, and there was myself and 3 other people, or 2 other guys and Chad sitting out in the garage, and they had picnic style food set up, and Nikki would bring food out, and we're just sitting there just talking, and I didn't really think anything about it. As guys were outside and the girls were inside type of thing, and it happens. But that was kind of odd because Nikki usually was a little bit more engaged with all of us, but she was busy doing her baking stuff. She's a wonderful baker, and I know she was very proud of what she did, and I know when I would go into the bathroom to use the bathroom, she was in there preparing either some food or she was baking something on that occasion.
Did you ever see Nikki to have bruises?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about her relationship with Chad?
No.
When was the last time that you saw Chad?
Would have been on a Thursday night. It would have been bowling. I don't remember exactly what that date. It would have been late December on a Thursday night prior to New Year's.
What were the bowling nights that you saw him? Or the 2 nights per week that you saw him?
The last year would have been Mondays and Thursdays. The years prior would have been Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
So you were bowling Mondays and Thursdays in December of 2019?
I was.
And you didn't go bowling on December 30th, which would have been a Monday?
I had family in town, so I actually had a sub that bowled for me that night. As soon as, like 9:30 that night, 10 o'clock, I thought about texting Chad and seeing how they did, and I thought, it's kind of late, so I texted him that Tuesday morning, and there was no response, and I thought it was kind of odd, but didn't really think anything of it. Just said, well, he's busy at work and not able to respond.
So the Thursday prior to December 30th would have been the day after Christmas, December 26th. Did they have bowling that day?
Yes.
Is that when you would have seen Chad last?
Yes.
And how was he that day?
We didn't bowl on the same team, but same old Chad, just laughing and smiling, having a good time with his bowling team. And we talked a little bit as I was walking out the door, and say, see you Monday. And then I told him, or he said, see you Monday. I said, no, I won't be bowling Monday because I'm going to have family in town. I have to get to the airport, so I'm just going to take the night off. And he says, well, I'll see you next Thursday then. And that was the end of the conversation. He jumped in his vehicle, went home, and I drove home.
Do you remember what, that was on Thursday, the 26th, correct?
Right.
So nothing seemed out of the ordinary on that date?
Mm-mm.
When was the last time you saw Nikki prior to Chad's death?
I actually can't recall if I seen her after that Labor Day get together. Yeah, I did, because she brought some items to our house, so I don't know the exact time frame, but there were some things that she was getting rid of and my wife was interested in, and she had dropped off at our house.
Do you recall when that was?
Sometime between Labor Day and Christmas. I don't know the exact time.
Was there anything out of the ordinary regarding that interaction?
Mm-mm. I mean, I said hi to her, and my wife and her were standing in the driveway talking, and didn't think anything out of the ordinary.
So you socialized, you said, with Chad from 2013 to 2019. Did he drink anything other than beer?
On occasion, he would be drinking whiskey. I know he liked Crown Royal. We would have get-togethers at our house a couple years in a row. We did for New Year's Eve get-together at our place. Our whole bowling team would come over, and we had some type of a theme party. And sometimes it wasn't just beer. We'd have wine, champagne, all those types of things, just celebrating together as a group.
When he would have whiskey, would he drink to excess?
No, I mean, he was never at the point of where I was ever really concerned about him. We knew our limits, and we knew Nikki wasn't drinking, so he had a safe ride home, and so it wasn't really something I guess I monitored.
Now, you said that you had texted him on Tuesday morning. Do you recall which Tuesday that was? Would that have been that same week or a different week?
It would have been that Tuesday after bowling, after that Monday night.
So December 31st?
Correct.
Do you remember what time you sent him a text? How early in the morning it would have been?
I would say somewhere between 8 and 10 a.m.
And you said you didn't get a response.
I did not.
Was that unusual?
I kinda, but then I also thought, oh, he's at work, he's busy, he'll get back to me later, and then I got busy and and then I tried calling him later that day, and there was no answer either. It just went right to voicemail, which I was just expecting a call back, but people are busy. I didn't really think anything about it.
Do you remember what time you tried calling him?
Would have been in the evening, after work hours.
So nothing about that concerned you though, because why?
It kind of did a little bit, just because of some things that my wife had told me. But that was one of the reasons I was trying to call and make sure, hey, you respond to my text, everything okay, kind of thing. So, and then I don't remember if I tried getting a hold of him on Wednesday again, and then that Thursday morning I had to take family out to the airport, and that's when I got a call from one of our bowling family members that explained to me that Chad was no longer with us.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Just a couple. You had indicated that probably the last time you guys all got together on Labor Day for a picnic.
Yep.
Did you guys all get together any time between Labor Day and Christmas of that year, 2019?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Would that be unusual, or is that normal?
Well, typically we for 2 years in a row at our house we would have a New Year's Eve party, but I knew that I had family that was going to be in town, so we just kind of said, hey, this year we're not going to be able to get together. Our bowling team also did summer picnics together, and we just kind of said that'll be our party for the year. So, not really.
Well, you had indicated that you and your wife and Chad and Nikki had done stuff together, hung out together, things of that nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from...
There's a couple times you said, I need you to say yes or no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Sorry.
So from Labor Day to Christmas, that's approximately September, October, November, December, close to 4 months, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would that be a long period of time for you guys to not get together?
Not really. I mean, because like I said, I would see Chad, a couple times a week anyway, so just catching up, and I'd ask how things are going, and, hey, everything's going good, busy at work, and, he was excited about, I believe he was going to be getting some a new bowling ball and stuff like that, so we were talking about that and those kinds of things. So it was guy talk, and I know that there was conversation between my wife and Nikki during that time period just to see how things were going. But for us, I mean, typically it was maybe once or twice a year we'd get together anyways, either at their house or at our house. So.
Okay. Other questions, John?
I have nothing further, and I would ask that this witness be excused.
Thank you for coming in and testifying. You're excused, but do not discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses in this matter until after the case is taken care of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I just leave these here? Or?
Just leave those there for now.
Okay.
Let's take a break now.
I think it would be yes.
Take a break till 2:55. So members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. We'll have the bailiffs take the jury out. Everyone's excused until 2:55. Everyone, please be seated. It's 2:56 p.m. Going back on the record in the state v. Nikki Sue Entzel, 08-2020 CR 78. All members of the jury are present. Ms. Entzel is present with her attorney, Mr. Glass. Ms. Lawyer is present. And Ms. Lawyer, do you want to call your next witness?
State calls Pat Stocking.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would you state your name and occupation, please?
Patrick Stocking. I'm an Allstate insurance agent here in Bismarck.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
32 years.
So what are your job duties as an agent?
Sales and service of insurance products.
What kind of insurance products do you specialize in?
Property and casualty, life. Those are the main ones.
Was Chad Entzel ever your client?
Allstate has a program where we have financial specialists that partner with various agencies in the state. I had a financial specialist that worked out of my office. When he would write a piece of business, if it was one of my clients or someone that he knew of, since he shared office space with me, he would list me as a partnering agent. So technically, Chad was my client, yes.
And who was this person that you're talking about?
Ken Tingley.
And how long were the two of you working in that kind of capacity?
I believe for 2.5, 3 years.
So what kind of role would you take over clients that he would be dealing with?
I would assist in any way with submitting paperwork, various things like that, but for the most part, Kent would handle it. And again, if there was any assistance needed, I would help him out.
What happened after he left the agency?
When a financial specialist leaves Allstate, since he's no longer part of the organization, since I was a partnering agent, I would then be listed as the agent of record on those policies.
And that was for all of the policies where he was the primary agent? And
Correct.
This was after he left the agency?
Correct.
So you then became the agent?
The servicing agent on those, correct.
Okay. Did you ever have any communications with Chad or Nikki Entzel regarding the policies that Chad had?
I think the only contact I had was, I remember the first meeting, Kent would hold the meetings in our conference room, and people would pass by my door. What I recollect is just saying hi as they pass by.
So they never called with any questions or called to change anything regarding the policy?
No.
When Chad died, how do you get informed that one of your clients is now going to be making a claim on the policy?
I just saw the article in the media, knew what had happened. Typically when that happens, though, I know there's a lot going on, so I'm not usually one to initiate a call. I'll just be waiting for them to contact us when they're ready.
And how does Allstate handle those calls? Is there a specific number, like a nationwide hotline that they call to make that initial claim, or are they required to contact their agent?
They can call Allstate directly, or they can call the agency. If I'm contacted, I in turn would contact Allstate, let them know situation. They would then start the process of putting the claim file together and getting it ready to be sent out.
And are you involved in that at some point then as the agent?
I can be. Since I didn't know the Entzels very well, I requested they just send the paperwork directly out.
And that's paperwork that's created by Allstate?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So do you recall in this case whether you were contacted directly regarding the initiation of that claim?
I had not initiated anything. On the afternoon of January 6th, I did receive a call from Mrs. Entzel. At the time, she requested, she wanted to know if I had Chad's social security number.
Is that something that you give out?
Typically not. I then contacted, since Mr. Heinley was no longer in his position, I didn't have any paperwork with any of that information on there. So I did text Kent and asked if he had it, and he said he did not. So then I in turn called Mrs. Entzel back and said, I'm sorry, I don't have that. And I recommended maybe his employer would have it.
Is that some piece of information that's needed to initiate a claim?
No.
So at the time that she called you, did she tell you that Chad had died?
Yes. And I said I had seen it in the paper.
Was there any conversation between you and the defendant regarding making a claim then on those insurance policies?
After I told her I didn't have the social security number, I said I informed her I saw it in the paper, I'll get a claim process started for you.
So when did you do that?
Later in the day, January 6th.
And how did you do that?
I called Allstate's life insurance company. They have a separate prompt for initiating claims. And then the person I spoke to took some general information, as much as we had, basically just date of the death, and said they would initiate the paperwork and get things started.
How long does it typically take to process a claim like that?
The initial paperwork packet to go out, I think typically goes out within 48 hours or so. There are things required when the packet is returned, as far as like a death certificate and so on. So typically the whole processing of a claim, maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
What if a family wants to hold a funeral before that but doesn't have the funds? Does Allstate do advances on those payouts on those claims?
A lot of times the funeral homes are aware of the process. They will send notification to the life insurance company just to confirm that funds are there. But typically the death benefit is not paid out until everything is processed.
So you work with the funeral homes or to maybe delay payment so that
Correct.
the claim can be processed?
Exactly.
Have you ever had an occasion for somebody to ask for an advance on a life insurance policy for any other reason?
I don't believe so, no.
When you spoke with Ms. Entzel about the life insurance policy and making the claim, did she have any questions or any issues or concerns?
No, not at all. It was a very quick conversation. Again, I informed her I didn't have the social security number and I would get the claim process started and they would be in contact.
Do you receive any paperwork back to basically confirm that the process has started?
Yes. Yeah, I get the copy of the paperwork would also be emailed to my office. And I believe I received that on the 8th.
I just handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 188. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it is the loss report that they send out when the claim is filed.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the report that you received?
Yes.
I would offer State's Exhibit 188, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit 188 is received.
In looking at State's Exhibit number 188, what information is included on this report?
Just who, name of the client, who we feel the beneficiary might be. Once the claim office receives it, though, they will actually pull the actual application or file and then confirm. Just who the contact person is, being me in this case because I was listed as the agent of record. As far as information on the client, like I said, date of death, address, so on.
And page 2, what is that? What information is contained on page 2?
It's just the name of the person in the claims office who was handling it. Just general information on our agency, the policy number, date and time stamped as far as when they process things.
Now, I notice on page 2 under the diary entry, it shows that you're the agent and it says agent wants full involvement. Is that typical?
In a death claim, we try and assist as much as possible, correct.
Okay. And that would just mean you would get copies of the information
Correct.
that is sent
Yes.
out?
Yes.
Was there any other involvement that you were anticipating you would have?
At some point when the payment was made, I would be in contact to see if the client or the beneficiary wanted it delivered directly, or sometimes it could be sent to our agency and we can hand deliver it.
Page number 3, what information is contained on page 3?
Page 3 is just because there were 2 separate policies. Page 1 and 2 is the first policy. Looks like page 3 and 4 is the second policy.
So basically the same information, just
Correct.
on each of the different
Correct.
policies. So I noticed on page 3 of 4, it lists that one as the policy with the benefit of $500,000. There's a note on there that under the policy number that says contestable. What does that mean?
Not sure where you're referring, sorry.
You can look up
Oh,
on the
okay,
screen.
claim.
Okay. Did you find it?
Yes.
What does that mean when it says contestable on there?
That they would just check to make sure that there were no liens, I guess, against it, or anyone had a say in the death benefit.
And then again, all the other same information on page 3 is contained on page 1 with the beneficiary and the agent, correct?
Correct. Correct.
To your knowledge, were any benefits paid out on these policies?
As far as I know, none have been.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I've got no questions, Your Honor.
This witness be released.
No objection.
We'd request that, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for coming and testifying.
Thank you.
You're released from any subpoena. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses in this matter until it completely concludes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. State calls Susan Entzel.
To tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Susan Entzel,
And where do you live?
Bismarck, North Dakota.
Do you know Chad Entzel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Him and I were married for 17 years.
When did you first meet him?
It was right after high school. We met in college in Wahpeton in 1995.
When did you get married?
November 1996.
Had you met his family prior to getting married?
Yes.
Did you see them very often?
Quite often, yes. Holidays.
How did you get along with his family?
Very well.
When you got married in 96, where was that at?
In Bismarck.
Did you have a big wedding?
About 200 people.
Your Honor, relevance.
Counsel?
Background questions, and I think it's relevant.
I think I know where you're ultimately going, but I don't think we need any real further background. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. When did you divorce?
August of 2014.
What was the reason for the divorce?
Mostly financial issues, differences in financial concerns.
Did you and Chad fight about that?
We didn't fight about it. We had differences. I wouldn't say we fought about it.
When you first married Chad, what was he like?
Normal guy, kind. He was quiet until you got to know him. Liked to go out and have fun with friends.
Did you ever see him get into any fights?
No.
What would happen when the two of you would have disagreements?
He would usually walk away. He didn't want to talk about it or try and find resolution.
Was there ever any violence in your marriage?
No.
Did Chad drink?
Socially, yes.
What did he drink?
I think mostly beer and maybe a mixed drink like some sort of whiskey maybe.
How much would he drink?
It kind of depended on what we were doing. If we were at family with a holiday or something, it would be 1 or 2. If we had friends over all evening, it could be 4 or 5.
How would he act when he would be drinking?
Pretty normal. I mean, at the end of the night, he was tired.
Did his demeanor or attitude change when he would drink alcohol?
Not in a negative way. I would say he got more lively.
What do you mean by more lively?
More entertaining, more easygoing.
When you were married, did he have a lot of hobbies that kept him away from home?
He had a lot of them.
What were they?
Monday night was bowling night. Wednesday was dart league. Thursday was bowling. Friday, depending on the time of the year, it was either racing or golf. Saturday was golf and maybe fixing the race car. And then Sunday was golf.
Was that a point of contention in your marriage?
It was. All the activities were expensive, and he was never home.
Did you argue about that?
We did.
And what was his reaction to your arguments?
He was just out having fun, you know, doing what he liked to do, and I wanted him home more. You know, I wanted him helping with stuff around the house and chores and tasks and being able to just go out for supper, and we really couldn't do that because all the activities were taking priority.
Did you ever join him in any of his activities or hobbies?
Mondays I would bowl also. He was on the men's league, I was on the women's league, so we were basically at the same venue. Maybe twice a year I would join him at the bar for darts when all the other wives would go. But I never golfed, or I went to the racetrack, but I never golfed or anything like that with him.
When he was especially when you were bowling together or at the same venue, would he drink during those occasions?
Yes, we both would.
Would that be any different than the other times you talked about?
No.
Did he ever drink to excess?
No.
Did you ever see him intoxicated?
Maybe once a year at a Christmas party.
How would he act when he was intoxicated?
Not really any different than after he had 4 or 5. I mean, by the end of the night, he was exhausted, tired, go straight home and straight to bed.
Did you ever see him get violent when he drank?
No.
Did you ever see him violent at all?
No.
What would happen if he had a bad night bowling?
There was nights where bowling didn't go his way, and he would get frustrated, and he would act like he was gonna kick the ball return with his foot, and he would act like he was gonna hit it really hard, and then he'd get about an inch from it and just tap it with his foot. And that's how I'd say that was him angry.
Did he do that a lot?
No. He was a pretty good bowler.
What about his other activities? If he had bad experience with that, would he act out?
Not that I know of.
When was the last time you saw him, or did you see him after you got divorced?
I don't think I saw him after we divorced. I saw him at the bowling alley probably within months of the divorce because we were still both bowling on the same night at the same venue.
Was he any different or acting any different when you saw him then?
No, it was just kind of awkward between both of us.
Did it appear that the divorce changed him in any way?
I don't believe so.
Was that the last time you saw him? Was a few months after your divorce at the bowling alley?
As far as I know, yep.
Did you know Nikki Entzel?
No.
Did you ever get in any verbal arguments with him?
No.
Did you ever try?
Your Honor, relevance, it's been asked and answered.
Again, it goes to...
Sustained. I think we've got the information.
I have nothing further than Your Honor.
Mr. Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. You got divorced in August 2014,
Correct.
and you said you haven't seen him since a couple months after that, so maybe October 2014?
Probably.
So you really haven't seen him in 5 years, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Married to him for 17.
Yeah.
Mhm.
People can change in 5 years? Maybe?
I don't believe to that extent.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I have nothing further, and I ask that she be excused.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused.
Thank you.
Do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in this matter until the case is concluded.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
State calls Jason Howard.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Jason Hausauer,
And where do you live?
2030 Lovett Avenue, Bismarck, North Dakota.
Do you know Chad Entzel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
I got to know him through bowling.
When did you first meet him?
I'd say 2006, 2007, somewhere in there.
Until when?
Well, until they passed away. Or,
How often would you see him?
bowling maybe once a week, so about 30 times during the year, for sure.
Did you just bowl the same nights, or were you on the same team?
Oh, we were on the same team.
How long had you been on the same team?
Oh, I don't know, since probably 2006, 2007, somewhere in there.
And that continued until his death?
Yes.
Did you ever see Chad drinking?
Oh, yes.
And what was his demeanor like when he would drink?
Just normal, just never really changed, I guess. I mean,
What was his demeanor usually?
more carefree, just happy-go-lucky type, I'd say.
Did you ever socialize with him outside of bowling?
Yeah, occasionally. Yeah. He was in racing, so I knew him from there too.
What would happen if he had a bad night bowling?
Nothing really much. I mean, he wouldn't get angry, he wouldn't get mad, upset. If he would, it would be more at himself, like, I missed that, I messed up.
Did you know that he was married?
Yes.
And who was he married to?
His last wife or his first wife, or
Was he married twice?
yes.
Who was his first wife?
Susie Entzel, or it was Susie. I can't remember.
She became Susie Entzel.
Yeah.
And did you ever see the two of them interacting?
Oh yes.
Who was his second wife?
Nikki.
Can you see her in court today?
Yes.
Could you point her out for the jury, please?
Right over there in the black.
Do you remember when you met Nikki?
I just can't specifically remember. It was at bowling, I think. Chad had brought her out, but it was a couple years before.
Do you remember if they were married at the time?
I do not remember. I do not know.
And when you say you thought it was a couple years before what?
Before he was passed.
So did you see Chad and Nikki interacting?
A little bit, not very much, no.
Okay. So when you did see them interacting, did you observe any problems or issues?
No.
Did Chad ever tell you he was having issues in his marriage?
No.
Did you ever socialize with Nikki along with Chad?
Not that I can remember.
So you didn't have really much interaction with her?
No.
When was the last time you saw Chad?
Would have been the Monday night before he passed. It would have been, I can't remember the date, the 30th, I believe.
December 30th, 2019?
Yes.
Where did you see him at?
At the bowling alley.
Were you bowling with him that night?
No, I was not.
So why were you at the bowling alley that night?
I was there practicing. I got there late.
Do you remember what time it was?
I got there roughly 9:20, something like that.
What time does league bowling usually start?
Anywhere from 6:30 to 6:45 usually.
So was Chad there already when you arrived?
Yes.
And what was he doing?
He must have been bowling. I didn't see him. I just saw him when he was just leaving.
Okay. And where did you see him within the bowling alley at that time?
I was on the lanes and they had come out from, I believe, the bar area. I believe. I'm not sure, but.
Could you tell if Chad had been drinking?
I could not, no.
Okay. He wasn't acting any different than usual?
No.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
What'd you talk about?
We were talking about bowling, and then we talked about He said he wasn't going to be at bowling that Thursday night.
Were you bowling with him on Thursdays at that time?
Yes.
So what happens when somebody can't make it to bowling?
We usually find a replacement for him.
Do you know if he had found a replacement?
Yes, I believe it was discussed prior, like weeks before, that he wasn't going to be there on that date.
So this was something that had been planned for a while?
Yes.
And that Thursday would have been January 2nd?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Prior to meeting him at the bowling alley, did you know he was going to be gone?
It was discussed. I thought it was a different date. I thought it was later.
What was his demeanor like when you were talking to him on the 30th?
Just normal Chad, just happy-go-lucky, yeah. It's just like, hey, I ain't going to be there Thursday. And then I told him, make sure to tell our other bowling teammate or whatever, because I thought it was a different date, so I said make sure he knows so we have it covered. So.
Did he seem to be down on himself or mad at himself? Or
No.
did he indicate if he had a bad bowling day?
No.
Did you ever hear him make threats of harm to himself?
No.
So about what time was it that he was leaving?
I would say it was 10 or a little bit after.
Did you leave with him or did you stay there?
I stayed.
Did you know where he was going? Did he make any?
No. I
statements about
assumed
that?
he was going home. I mean, that's what I assumed.
Did you see Nikki there at all?
No.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
No questions.
Okay, thank you for coming and testifying. Please,
I'm sorry. I asked that he be excused. Thank you.
you're excused from your subpoena. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses in this matter until after the case is concluded.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ms. Lawyer, you may call your next witness.
State calls Cole Dennis.
Come up here, please, and then you'll be sworn in. Just stand there and raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Could you state your name, please?
Cole Dennis,
Where do you work?
Interstate Power Systems.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there 11 years.
Do you know Chad Entzel?
I do.
How do you know him?
He used to work for me.
When did he start working at Interstate Power?
He started working for me in August of 2019.
Did you know him from before that?
I did know him from before.
How so?
He worked at another truck dealer that our company ended up acquiring in 2019.
Which company was that?
Trucks of Bismarck is where he worked previously.
Do you know how long he worked there?
I believe it was 10 plus years.
So what is it that Interstate Power Systems does?
We are a diesel repair shop. We work on and off highway trucks.
What kind of interaction did you have with people that worked at Trucks of Bismarck?
We bought parts from them. We both work on the same class of trucks, so they're another supplier for us, so that's how I know Trucks of Bismarck.
So you said Chad started working for Interstate Power Systems on August 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
Were there any problems with him getting to work on time?
Never.
Any problems with him calling in sick or misusing sick leave?
Never.
Had he been out or had he missed a day of work
No.
up to that point? And what was your relationship with him at work? Were you a supervisor to him or a coworker?
I was a supervisor.
As his supervisor, what kind of duties did you have regarding his work?
He was an outstanding employee. He always was on work on time, never got frustrated, never got mad. You know, he's a very dependable guy. You could count on being there and getting the work done for you.
And what hours would your employees be expected to work at Interstate Power Systems?
Generally 8 to 5.
Why do you say generally 8 to 5?
We're open from 7 to 5, so there's somebody that comes in from 8 or from 7 to 5, but Chad had the 8 to 5 shift.
So that doesn't rotate? You have somebody specific that comes in at 7 in the morning?
Usually it's for people that have been there longer. It's like a perk for the employees that have worked for me longer. They get to have the opening early shift.
And you said you didn't have any problems with him being late?
I never did, no.
Was he working for Interstate Power Systems on December 30th through January 2nd?
He showed up to work December 30th, and that is the last time we saw him at work.
Did he appear to be distracted or different than he normally did?
No, he had bowling that night that he was looking forward to, and also he throws darts with a couple other guys at work, and they had a big tournament that Thursday. So he was excited to throw with those guys.
So you said that December 30th was the last time that you saw him?
Correct.
So he didn't come into work on the 31st?
He did not come into work on the 31st.
What happened on the 31st?
He was called in sick by Nikki.
Do you know if she said how he was sick or why he was sick?
I do not. I did not take the phone call.
So nobody was expecting him to come into work then after that phone call?
Correct.
Was Interstate Power Systems open on January 1st?
We were closed for the holiday.
How about January 2nd?
We were open for business.
Did you or anyone in the office receive any calls regarding Chad on January 2nd?
We did not.
Did he come into work as scheduled?
He did not.
So what happened then?
Myself and a few other employees made phone calls and texts to Chad, and none of us could get a hold of him. The phone would just keep ringing and ringing, and there was no reply, no text, nothing, no communication from him at all.
So did you personally try contacting him?
I did.
How did you try contacting him?
Texting and calling multiple times.
Do you remember when you started trying to contact him?
So he was supposed to work at 8 o'clock, so I would say probably 8:30 was the first time I probably tried calling or texting.
What time did he usually get to work?
8 o'clock.
It was
or
right
before.
at 8?
Yep.
Okay. When you couldn't reach him, did you try to contact his wife?
I did get a hold of her. I called her probably around 9:30 that same morning.
How did you get her number?
I don't recall how I had it. It might have been in our, we usually have emergency contacts, I believe is where I got it from.
So you tried calling her at approximately 9:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Did she answer the phone at that time?
Not right away, no.
So what did you do then?
Waited a little bit longer, and I did get a hold of her, and the answer was very short. I was just asked if Chad was sick today. Have you heard anything from him? And she's like, no, I'm really busy right now. And that's about the extent of the conversation.
So pretty short?
Yes.
But she indicated she hadn't heard from him that day either?
Correct.
What did you do then?
More people tried to get a hold of him, and then around lunchtime, myself, Adam, and Steve went out to their residence to check up on Chad.
Where were they living at the time, do you recall?
Off 43rd Street. I'm not sure what the exact address is.
And how did you guys drive separately, or did you guys drive together up there?
We all rode together.
What did you see when you got to the house?
We pulled up and his pickup was in the driveway. We noticed that there was a water bottle in the console of the pickup and it was frozen. And when we tried to, we knocked on the garage door and tried to open the walk-in garage door, it was locked. So then we tried calling his number again because obviously we could see his vehicle was there and still no answer or anything like that.
So you only knew him to drive the one vehicle?
Correct.
What vehicle was that?
It was a Chevy pickup.
And you didn't get any answer when you tried contacting him again while you were at the house?
We got no answer, correct.
What did you do then?
All three of us decided to leave for lunch, and then I know Adam made a call to the sheriff's department to do a wellness check.
Whose idea was it for Adam to call?
I believe it was his. Adam used to be a law enforcement agent.
Did you notice anything that appeared to be disturbed or, well, let me go back. Had you ever been to the residence before?
I have.
And on what occasion?
I helped him move into that residence. Myself and another employee did.
Do you remember when he moved in?
It would have been November, kind of right around Thanksgiving, I believe.
And that would have been of 2019?
Correct.
So when you were out there this time on January 2nd, did you notice anything different or out of place?
There was a security system in place that wasn't there before.
But other than that, did anything seem off?
No.
Did you try looking in any windows to see if you could see what was going on in the house?
So there is a sliding glass door, but it's barricaded by a railing, so there's no access to that door from the ground unless you would scale the railing. So we just tried the walk-in garage door that was locked and tried ringing the doorbell and knocking and calling. That was it.
So did Adam call law enforcement while you were still at the residence?
No, we were just leaving to go to lunch and he called while we were in the vehicle.
Did anyone try to contact Nikki Entzel again after that?
I did later in the afternoon. I believe it was around 3:30.
And how did you try contacting her that time?
I sent her a text.
Do you recall what your text said?
The answer I got back was, I will be going home shortly to check on him. And then it was a short response, something similar to that.
What had you sent her?
I believe it was, I still haven't heard from Chad. We were very concerned about him, that we see his pickups at home. Nobody can get a hold of him. Something along those lines.
So you did let her know via text that you'd been out to the house?
Yes.
Did you let her know that there was no response there?
Yes.
Other than the text messages you received back, did you hear from her again?
I did not.
Were you contacted by law enforcement after you had left the residence?
Adam was.
Okay.
I was not.
How did you find out that Chad had died?
The next morning, Adam made a phone call to Chad's mother because she's the next emergency contact. And we all had that bad feeling from the day before, but Chad's mother was the one that informed us that he passed away.
And that would have been on what day?
That would have been Friday morning.
So January 3rd?
Yes.
Do you recall when he made that call?
I want to say around 9 a.m.
So that would have been on Friday after he didn't show up again to work?
Yes.
So you said as Chad's supervisor, you never really saw him get out of line?
Never.
Did you ever socialize with him?
I golfed with him a handful of times outside of work, yes.
Did you ever see him get violent or angry or out of line during that?
Never.
How about drinking alcohol? Did you ever see him drink?
I did see him drink beers, yes.
And did his demeanor or attitude change when he would drink?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I got nothing. No questions, Your Honor.
Can he be excused?
I would ask that, yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for coming and testifying. And just ask that you not discuss your testimony with any other potential witnesses until after the case is closed.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
State calls Steve Souter.
Just please come forward up here and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Stephen Gregory Souter,
And where do you work?
Interstate Power Systems.
So you knew Chad Entzel from work?
Yes.
Did you know him from working at Trucks of Bismarck as well?
I knew of him, but I didn't know him personally, no.
So what was your role with him in the company? Coworkers, or were you a supervisor?
I am the West Region Vice President for Interstate Power Systems, so Bismarck is one of the stores that reports to me.
Where is your office located?
My office is in the Bismarck branch.
So that's where you report to work typically?
Yes, about 2 weeks a month, yeah, or else I'm at other locations.
Is that the store that Chad would work in?
Yes.
So you would be the supervisor to his supervisor, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I'd be the supervisor to a supervisor, yeah. I guess.
Okay. Were you aware of any problems with Chad calling in sick or being late to work?
No. All reports I ever got were all positive.
Were you at the Bismarck store on January 2nd of
Yes.
2020? Were you involved in trying to contact Nikki Entzel when Chad didn't show up for work that day?
I did not reach out. I was speaking to Cole and Adam about getting a hold of him.
So whose decision was it to go check up on him at the house?
As I recall it, kind of all three of ours, but I probably took the lead on the decision to go up there.
Can you either scoot up
Sorry.
or move the
Okay.
microphone
Sorry.
a little closer?
Yep.
And it was testified that Chad started working there in August of 2019. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds correct, yeah.
During that time that he worked there, had you ever met his wife, Nikki?
I had not, no.
Okay. So had you ever been to his house before?
No.
When you went out there with, who did you go out there with?
Adam Van Dorn and Cole Dennis.
Did you notice anything specific when you were out there at the residence?
I noticed there was in his vehicle there's a frozen bottle of water, so it seemed like the vehicle maybe was sitting there for a while. And then I kind of smelled like a propane smell a little bit.
And where were you when you could smell that?
By the front garage door, by the vehicle in the, I guess by the garage that's connected to the house in the driveway.
And why did you think it was a slight propane smell?
Maybe just growing up on the farm, we had propane for our stove and our heat, and like when the propane got low, there was always a weird smell. And going camping and stuff, you just kind of had that smell, and you could just smell a smell of that, like a faint smell of like propane. I don't know, just a distinct smell that you just remember, something you just recall.
Did you tell the other two individuals, Adam and Cole, that you could smell that?
Yes, I did.
Did you check anything to see if there was any issues with propane, like the propane tank or anything like that?
No, we obviously realized we're on someone else's property, so you didn't want to do too much. You stayed in the driveway and knocked on the door. But yeah, no, we didn't pursue anything or anything like that.
Whose idea was it to call law enforcement?
All of us, from my recollection, when we kind of saw the vehicle there, and we just kind of were like, we should call somebody since we're not getting really. It was just a very uneasy situation. So.
After that, did you try to contact Chad's wife or any other relative?
I did not. I know Cole and Adam they did.
Okay. Is that why you didn't? Because other people were doing that?
Yes. Yep.
When was the last time you had seen Chad?
I believe it was right before Christmas. I would have saw him. I can't remember what time, but I know it was before Christmas because I'm not in the branch every day.
Was there anything unusual about him or anything, change in his demeanor, anything like that?
No, I walked in one morning at where he sat and just said, "Morning." I mean, he always had a smile, so I was like, "How's it going today?" And he said, "You know, good as always, Steve." And that was as far as the conversation went.
Okay. Did you ever get contacted by law enforcement after the three of you had been out to the house?
I hadn't. Adam Van Dorn was contacted, but I wasn't directly, no.
So when did you find out what had happened?
Then, well, that night, I can't remember who called me. I don't know if it was Adam or who, but they said that there's a bunch of law enforcement and like fire trucks at the house, at Chad's house where we were at earlier, and we didn't know anything then. Then the next morning, Adam and Cole had informed me they still hadn't heard from Nikki, and so I said, let's look who the secondary contact is, and his emergency contact, and it was his Chad's mother. And then Adam reached out to her, and then she said, well, you haven't heard, and then Chad had passed away. That's all.
So did you ever contact law enforcement to tell them about what you had observed at the house when you went out there on December 31st?
Adam.
I'm sorry, January 2nd.
Adam did that day. That's why we called for the wellness check. But yeah, and then. Yeah,
but you never contacted them after that to let them know that you had smelled this propane smell
I
or
did
anything?
not, no.
Why not?
I guess I didn't really think to.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
No questions.
You can be excused, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming and testifying. Please do not discuss your testimony with any of the other witnesses in this matter until after the case is concluded. Thank you.
State calls Adam Van Dorn.
Just come up here and you'll be sworn in and take a seat in the witness chair.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
Adam Van Dorn,
And where do you work?
Interstate Power Systems,
How long have you worked there?
5 years.
Did you know Chad Entzel from work then?
Yes, I did.
Did you know him before he started working at Interstate Power?
No.
What was your, relationship with Chad at work? Were you a supervisor or coworker?
Yep, I'm the branch manager there, so over the parts.
Okay. So the hierarchy would go Cole, you, and then Steve?
Yep.
All right. Were you a supervisor of Chad's then, or did you just supervise Cole, who supervised Chad?
Yep, that's how it was.
Okay. Did you know of any issues with Chad coming to work late or being sick a lot?
No, he was a great employee for us.
How about coming to work intoxicated?
No.
Were you at work on January 2nd when he didn't come in?
Yes, I was.
And did you try to contact Ms. Entzel regarding him not being at work?
No, not on the 2nd, I did not.
So you went along to his house to check on him, correct?
Yep.
And what happened when you got there?
Oh, we pulled in the driveway and we saw his pickup was there, so we went to the door because we were concerned. We haven't heard from him all day, so we pulled in, saw his pickup there, noticed there was a bottle of water that was in the cup holder that was frozen. So I guess we kind of figured that it had been sitting there for a while. We went to the walk-in garage door. We knocked on that, rang the doorbell, and with no answer. While we were there, we tried calling him a few more times with no answer. And then I believe Cole tried opening the walk-in door, and it was locked.
So you were the one that decided to call law enforcement?
Yes.
Why did you make that decision?
We were generally concerned. We had not heard anything from him for a few days. So we just wanted to find out if there was anything that could be done to try to contact Chad.
So who did you call?
I called the Bismarck Police Department.
Did you know if the residence was in the city or in the county?
No, I guess I didn't.
So when you called the Bismarck Police Department, what happened?
Oh, good.
I'm sorry, did you talk to an officer there, or did they transfer you somewhere else?
Originally, I just talked to dispatch, and then once we talked to them, they said they were going to send somebody out, and then that's when we left to go have lunch. And then the officer called me back after he was there, and he told us there was no obvious signs of any foul play, and they couldn't go into the residence. So that was kind of the end of our contact there at that time.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary at the time that you were at the residence?
No.
Nothing that stood out other than the frozen water bottle in the truck?
No. The way the house was set up, you really couldn't see into the windows other than in the garage door. But
was there a window on the garage door?
I don't recall if there might.
But regardless, nothing that you saw
Right.
caused any concern other than the fact that you couldn't see him.
Right.
All right. So State's Exhibit number 4 has been introduced as the call that you had made. I'd request permission to play it at this time now that he's testifying, Your Honor.
No objection. You may play it.
Central Dakota Communications, how can I help you?
Hi, this is Adam Van Dorn calling. I'm calling to see if you guys could do a welfare check on one of our employees.
Sure.
His wife called in sick for work on Tuesday, and we haven't heard from him since.
Okay. What's the address for him?
I believe it's 4900 43rd Avenue Northeast.
And the name?
Chad Entzel.
Okay, and what's your name and callback number?
Adam Van Dorn.
And phone?
400 5693.
And where do you work?
Interstate Power Systems.
Okay. All right, I'll get them out there to check on that and then give you a call back. And when they do call you back, I'll call this block number, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Bye.
Thanks.
So you didn't report that there was anything suspicious that had happened other than you hadn't seen him for a couple days?
Correct.
Okay. And had you ever met Nikki Entzel?
I think she came into the branch a few times, just in and out, but never officially.
How were you made aware that she had called Chad in sick on December 31st?
Our service advisor that was working let us know that morning.
So you didn't actually talk to her on that date?
No.
Were you aware of why or what she had said he was out sick with, or if he was going to be back?
I didn't have any details.
So when you made the call to law enforcement, did you stay at the residence to wait for them to show up?
No, we left.
Okay. Did you ever have any contact with any officer from the Bismarck Police Department after that?
Well, he called me after he was there and let me know he didn't see any signs of any foul play or anything. And then that officer called me again later that evening to get my information.
Did he say why he was calling again?
He said he couldn't say.
Okay. And was that the last communication you had with law enforcement about this case?
Yes.
Did you ever go back out to the house then?
No.
How did you find out what had happened?
So, one of our coworkers knew someone that lived in that area, and they said they saw all the fire trucks and everything that evening. And then the next morning, on would have been the 3rd, we still hadn't heard anything as to Chad's situation. So I tried calling Nikki that morning to find out what was going on, and I got no response. And then Chad's mom was the second emergency contact in our list, so I called her and she let me know that he passed away.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I got no questions, Your Honor.
And he can be released,
I
correct?
would request that, yes.
All right. Thank you for testifying. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone else who may be a witness in this proceeding until after the case has been concluded, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And I know it's early, Your Honor, but I've run out of witnesses for the day, so I apologize for that. But I don't have anything more to present
Does
today.
anyone on the jury complain about leaving early? I didn't think so. I didn't see anyone raise their hands. Okay. Members of the jury, you are admonished and advised that you have a duty not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. You are not to form or express any opinion until the case is given to you to decide. So the bailiffs can take the jurors out. Please be seated. The jury has left the courtroom. A few things. First, I just wanted to put on the record the brief bench conference we had at approximately 3:28. Mr. Glass had requested that counsel approach the bench. He basically indicated that he would object if the state intended to call additional bowling buddies to give similar type of information. Ms. Lawyer indicated that she did not intend to call any additional ones. So I think really nothing. I didn't have to make any decisions in that bench conference. Mr. Glass, anything to add to that?
No, nothing to add, Your Honor.
Ms. Lawyer?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I do just want to go through the status of the exhibits since we're 3 days into the evidentiary portion. On Tuesday, day 1, the court admitted exhibits 1 through 51. All of those were admitted. On day 2, the court admitted exhibit 52 and exhibits 54 through 77. And then today, the court admitted exhibits 78 through 96 and 99 to 164 and then 167 to 188. Ms. Lawyer, is that what you have?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass?
That's what I have, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else that the state wants to address before we adjourn for the day?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Glass?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time, 9 o'clock. It's just an icon there. It looked like he had something right on his nose.
Yeah. Picture of my dog.
Yeah.